Think your life is hard? You wouldn't last a single day in medieval times. Modern comforts have made us soft, and what medieval people dealt with daily would shock you to your core. Let's talk about medieval food. The stuff that would have you running back to the 21st century faster than you can say McDonald's. First off, forget everything you've seen in movies about grand feasts with giant turkey legs. For regular folks, meals were bland, boring, and often dangerous. Most people ate a diet that was about as exciting as watching paint dry. Peasants lived mainly on something called pottage, basically a sad, watery soup made from whatever vegetables they could grow, cooked in the same pot for days. It was the medieval version of Mom's mystery stew, except instead of hiding vegetables, it was hiding weevils and dirt. Bread was the main food for almost everyone, but it wasn't the fluffy, sliced stuff we enjoy today. Medieval bread was dense, dark, and often filled with all sorts of unwanted extras. The flour used was typically ground between stone wheels that would chip off into the mix. People back then had stronger teeth not from good genes, but from constantly chewing on what was basically rock-filled dough. Here's a terrifying fact. Much of the bread contained ergot, a fungus that grows on rye. Ergot poisoning caused hallucinations, burning sensations, and sometimes death. Some historians believe ergot poisoning may have contributed to witch hunt hysteria because entire towns would start hallucinating at once. Imagine thinking your neighbor is a witch when really your baker just needed to clean his equipment. Meat was a luxury for most people. When they did get it, it was often borderline rotten because there was no refrigeration. To mask the taste of spoiling meat, they used heavy spices, if you could afford them. Otherwise, you just held your nose and hoped for the best. The 5-second rule in medieval times was more like the 5-day rule. The worst part? You couldn't even wash down this awful food with water because drinking it would make you sick. Most water sources were contaminated with human waste and other nasty stuff. Instead, everyone, including kids, drank beer or ale. Not the strong stuff we have today, but a weaker version that was safer than water because the brewing process killed germs. One study found that the average medieval peasant consumed about 8 pints of ale per day. Children as young as 5 regularly drank ale with every meal. Medieval kids didn't need to fake IDs to drink. They needed them to get water instead. Fish was another common food, but usually preserved by drying or salting since fresh fish spoiled quickly. People living by the coast might get fresh fish, but for inland dwellers, fish arrived days or weeks old. The smell alone would knock you out. By now, your stomach is probably turning, which brings us perfectly to the next medieval horror. For the average person, going to the bathroom meant using a chamber pot, basically just a bowl or bucket kept under the bed. Once filled, you'd either empty it yourself or wait for someone to collect it. Where did they empty it? Usually right out the window and into the street below. The medieval version of look out below wasn't about falling objects, but falling feces. The common practice in towns was to simply shout, "Gardy-loo!" before tossing waste from upper windows. This warning came from the French phrase garde à l'eau, meaning watch out for the water. Of course, by water, they meant something far less pleasant. This practice was so common that in some medieval cities, the rule was that waste could only be thrown from windows after 10 at night. If you were lucky enough to visit a castle, you might encounter something called a garderobe, essentially a hole in a stone seat that dropped waste straight down the castle wall. In Dover Castle, archaeologists found a garderobe that dropped waste nearly 70 feet. Kings and queens might have had thrones, but their toilets were just holes with the draft. For those who couldn't wait to get home to their chamber pot, the options were grim. Public areas often had designated spots where people would relieve themselves, creating what we'd now call open sewers. In London, there were places called common privies built over rivers, but these were few and far between. The job of collecting and disposing of human waste fell to workers with the unfortunate title of gong farmers. These brave souls would collect waste from cesspits and take it outside the city walls. They could only work at night, and the smell clung to them so badly they weren't allowed in public gathering places. Despite the awful conditions, gong farmers were actually paid quite well, about 4 times what an ordinary laborer made. The smell of medieval cities was legendary. The River Thames in London was so polluted with waste that it was described as a monster of stink. Toilet paper? Forget about it. People used whatever was available: leaves, moss, their left hand, or if they were wealthy, pieces of wool or hemp. The Romans had actually used sponges on sticks that they would rinse in vinegar or salt water, but that knowledge was mostly lost by medieval times. After spending a day drinking ale to avoid waterborne illness and then finding nowhere decent to relieve yourself, you'd be ready to head back to the 21st century. But the bathroom situation was just one of many brutal realities that made medieval life a daily test of survival. Forget those romantic notions of being a valiant knight or a fair maiden in a castle. In medieval times, most people worked back-breaking jobs from sunrise to sunset with barely enough pay to survive. Most people were peasant farmers who worked the land owned by nobles. Their daily routine: wake up at dawn, work until dusk, collapse into bed, repeat until death. A typical farmer plowed fields using wooden tools pulled by oxen, planted seeds by hand, and harvested crops with basic sickles. During harvest season, peasants worked 16-hour days in the baking sun. Records from medieval England show that a typical farm worker would burn over 4,000 calories daily just from physical labor. Medieval farmers didn't need gym memberships. They just needed to survive Tuesday. For those not farming, trades and crafts offered alternative careers, though these came with their own hardships. Blacksmiths spent their days in smoke-filled forges, breathing in toxic fumes and risking burns and eye injuries. Tanners, who turned animal hides into leather, worked with urine and toxic chemicals that turned their skin yellow and gave them horrible smells that followed them everywhere. Want to become a skilled tradesperson? Better start young. Apprenticeships typically began at age 7, when children would be sent to live with a master craftsman. These young apprentices worked 6 or 7 days a week for up to 14 years before they could become journeymen. Medieval career counselors had a pretty simple job selection flowchart. Can you lift heavy things? If yes, farmer. If no, early death. Some jobs were designed specifically for the poor and desperate. Link boys were children who carried torches to light the way for wealthy people at night. Pure finders collected dog feces to sell to tanners. The pay for most jobs would barely cover basic survival. A day laborer in medieval England might earn 1 or 2 pennies per day, just enough to buy about 2 loaves of bread. Getting paid minimum wage wasn't a concept. The concept was minimum you need so you don't die before finishing your work. With such physically demanding work and poor nutrition, your body would wear out quickly. Disease was everywhere, medicine was practically non-existent, and what passed for healthcare would today be considered torture. Medieval WebMD had just one diagnosis for everything: you're probably going to die. A simple cold or flu that we treat with rest and over-the-counter medicine could be a death sentence. Without understanding of germs or infection, medieval people believed illness came from bad air or an imbalance of the 4 bodily humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Got a fever? Time for bloodletting. This involved cutting open a vein and draining blood into a bowl. Medieval doctors had one solution for everything. You've got too much blood. Let me fix that for you. Leeches were another popular treatment. These blood-sucking parasites were applied to the skin to draw out bad blood. One medical text recommended using 70 leeches at once for certain conditions. The mortality rate from disease was staggering. About 30% of children died before age 5, and the average life expectancy was between 30 and 40 years. The bubonic plague killed roughly 50% of Europe's population in the mid-14th century. Dental problems were particularly awful. With no proper toothbrushes or understanding of dental hygiene, tooth decay was common. Medieval dentists didn't need appointments. They just waited until someone was screaming loud enough to be heard through town. Even the medicines that were available were often deadly. Mercury was prescribed for everything from skin conditions to syphilis. Their prescription drugs didn't need warning labels about side effects. The side effect was always, might kill you faster than the disease. The worst part? Many diseases spread because of poor understanding of hygiene. Their idea of hand sanitizer was wiping their palms on their already filthy clothes, which is like trying to clean a muddy shoe with a dirty sock. Even if you somehow survived all these medieval medical treatments, your troubles were far from over. Life in the Middle Ages found plenty of other ways to make each day a challenge. Justice in medieval times wasn't just blind. It was downright cruel, unfair, and often completely random. The legal system operated on principles that would make modern lawyers scream in horror. First off, laws varied wildly from one town to the next. What was perfectly legal in one village could get you thrown in a dungeon just 5 miles away. There were no standardized legal codes, and most common people had no idea what was actually against the law until they were accused of breaking it. Medieval Miranda rights consisted of, you have the right to be punished. You have the right to beg for mercy. Good luck with that. The punishment rarely fit the crime. Minor offenses like stealing food when you were starving could result in having a hand chopped off. In medieval England, over 200 different crimes carried the death penalty, including cutting down a tree in the king's forest or stealing property worth more than 12 pence. Trials were nothing like our modern court system. If you were accused of a crime, proving your innocence often involved trial by ordeal. One common method was making the accused carry a red-hot iron bar for 9 feet. If your burns healed cleanly within 3 days, you were innocent. If they became infected, which was almost guaranteed without modern medicine, you were guilty. Their version of a lie detector test was basically, let's see if God stops this painful thing from hurting you. Another popular method was trial by water. The accused was tied up and thrown into a river or lake. If you sank, you were innocent. If you floated, you were guilty and executed. The logic? Water, being pure, would reject the guilty. This created a literal no-win situation for the accused. For those found guilty, execution methods were designed to be as public and terrifying as possible. Hanging was actually one of the more merciful methods. Drawing and quartering, where the condemned was dragged through streets by horses, hanged until nearly dead, disemboweled while still alive, beheaded, and then cut into 4 pieces, was reserved for the worst crimes like treason. Public executions were community events, often drawing huge crowds who brought food and drinks as if attending a festival. Medieval entertainment options were limited. You could watch someone being executed or stay home and stare at your wall. Most people chose the execution. Nobles rarely faced the same justice system as commoners. If a noble was accused of a crime, they could often demand trial by combat and hire a professional fighter to represent them. Rich criminals could also pay blood money to victims' families to avoid punishment. Meanwhile, poor people accused of crimes had virtually no defense options. What about jails? Medieval prisons weren't meant for long-term punishment. They were holding cells until your actual punishment could be carried out. These dungeons were dark, overcrowded pits where prisoners were often chained to walls or floors. No food was provided by the state. Prisoners relied on family members to bring meals, or they simply starved. Torture was a standard part of the legal process, used not just for punishment, but to extract confessions. Devices like the rack, which stretched limbs until joints dislocated, the Iron Maiden, or a coffin-like container lined with spikes, and thumb screws which crushed fingers were used to get confessions, true or false. Most people confessed to anything just to end the torture, which usually led to execution anyway. The medieval justice system's motto might as well have been, confess or suffer, then suffer anyway. Public humiliation was a common punishment for minor offenses. Being locked in the stocks meant sitting in a public square with your head and hands trapped between wooden boards while townspeople threw rotten food, mud, and worse at you. The ducking stool was used mainly for women accused of gossiping or arguing with their husbands. They would be strapped to a chair and repeatedly dunked underwater. Medieval law enforcement was equally primitive. There were no professional police. Towns hired night watchmen who were often elderly men considered too old for regular work. Their main duty was to raise the alarm if they spotted a crime or fire. Medieval cops didn't read you your rights. They just shouted, "Stop, thief," and hoped someone in the crowd would stick out a leg to trip you. Even if you were innocent, simply being accused of a crime could ruin your life. The concept of innocent until proven guilty didn't exist. Once accused, you were basically presumed guilty, and the burden was on you to somehow prove otherwise through these horrific ordeals or trials. If the legal system didn't kill you, perhaps you'd survive long enough to experience another medieval terror. Medieval warfare was nothing like what you see in movies. Forget glorious battles with shining knights charging across open fields. Real medieval combat was chaotic, brutal, and almost certainly fatal for the average person. Wars happened constantly. During the 100 Years' War between England and France, fighting dragged on from 1337 to 1453. That's 116 years of on and off conflict. The average medieval person would experience multiple wars during their lifetime, unlike today where many people live their entire lives without seeing combat firsthand. Let's talk about armor. Only the wealthiest knights could afford full-plate armor, which cost roughly the equivalent of a modern sports car. A complete set of plate armor represented about 2 to 3 years' worth of income for a skilled craftsman. Most soldiers wore padded cloth garments called gambesons, perhaps with a few metal plates sewn on if they were lucky. Knights in shining armor were the medieval version of people with expensive sports cars, rare, showing off, and probably compensating for something. What about weapons? Swords were expensive and primarily used by knights and nobility. Common soldiers used spears, axes, or agricultural tools modified for fighting. The most feared medieval weapon was actually the longbow, which could pierce most armor at close range. English longbowmen trained from childhood, developing deformed skeletons from the physical stress of drawing 200-pound bows thousands of times. Medieval battles were incredibly lethal. At the Battle of Towton in 1461, roughly 28,000 men died in a single day, about 1% of England's entire male population. Many froze to death in the snowstorm that accompanied the battle before they ever saw combat. Battle wounds were almost always fatal due to infection, even if they weren't immediately life-threatening. For peasants, the worst part of war wasn't even the battles. It was what armies did between fights. Medieval armies lived off the land, meaning they took whatever food and supplies they needed from local villages. This often involved burning crops, killing livestock, and destroying homes. Soldiers from both sides would ransack communities, leaving civilians to starve. The medieval version of "support our troops" meant "please don't take all our food and burn our houses." Sieges were particularly horrific. When an army surrounded a castle or walled town, those trapped inside faced slow starvation. During the Siege of Paris in 885 to 886, inhabitants resorted to eating rats, cats, and eventually each other. Sieges could last months or even years. The Siege of Candia, or modern Heraklion, during the 1600s lasted 21 years, the longest siege in history. Disease killed far more soldiers than actual fighting. Armies created perfect conditions for illness, thousands of men living in close quarters with poor sanitation, limited food, and contaminated water. During the Crusades, European armies often lost half their men to disease before ever reaching their destination. Medieval army medics had two treatments: rub some dirt on it for minor wounds and prepare to meet your maker for everything else. Civilians caught in war zones faced terrible choices. Fleeing meant abandoning homes and possessions, possibly facing starvation on the road. Staying meant risking violence from passing armies. Women and children weren't spared. Medieval chronicles describe entire villages being slaughtered regardless of age or gender. If somehow you managed to avoid getting drafted into these bloody conflicts, survived the roaming armies, and didn't starve from war-caused famines, you'd still have to endure the general misery of everyday medieval life. The smell hit you first. Medieval towns reeked of human waste, rotting food, unwashed bodies, tanning chemicals, slaughterhouse remains, and smoke from countless fires. Without garbage collection, trash piled up on streets or was tossed into the nearest river. Butchers dumped animal entrails and blood right outside their shops. The smell was so overwhelming that people carried small pouches of herbs called pomanders to hold under their noses. The medieval version of air freshener was slightly less terrible smelling stuff to mask the horrible smelling stuff. Personal hygiene was practically non-existent. Most people bathed only a few times a year, usually in spring and at the end of summer. Many believed that bathing opened the pores and allowed disease to enter the body. During winter months, people might go 4 to 5 months without washing. Head lice were so common that special combs for removing them were standard grooming tools. Medieval dating profiles would have included only moderate lice infestation as a major selling point. Clothing was uncomfortable, rarely washed, and worn until it fell apart. Undergarments were made of rough linen that irritated the skin. Outer garments were heavy wool that itches constantly. Both rich and poor typically owned only 2 or 3 sets of clothes total. Shoes were made of thin leather with flat soles that provided no protection from the elements. The language barrier would be nearly insurmountable. Middle English from the 1400s sounds almost like a foreign language to modern English speakers. Common phrases like "Whyet is thin nama" or "What is your name" would be incomprehensible. You'd struggle to understand others, and they'd think you were speaking gibberish. Privacy didn't exist. Most households consisted of one room where everyone ate, worked, and slept together. Beds were shared by multiple family members, and sometimes travelers would share beds with strangers at inns. Even wealthy homes had servants present at all times, including during private moments. Entertainment options were limited and often violent. Public executions drew large crowds and were treated as festivals. Animal baiting, where dogs would attack chained bears or bulls, was popular. Less violent options included watching traveling performers or listening to bards tell stories, but these were infrequent treats. The social hierarchy was rigid and unforgiving. The feudal system meant everyone had a fixed place, and social mobility was nearly impossible. About 90% of the population were peasants who owned nothing and worked land belonging to nobles. Moving up in the station or changing occupations rarely happened. Knowledge was limited, and superstition filled the gaps. Most people believed in witches, demons, and magical creatures. Medical problems were attributed to evil spirits, bad air, or astrological influences. A solar eclipse could send an entire town into panic, believing the world was ending. Medieval fact-checking consisted of asking the oldest person in the village if they'd heard the same thing before. Communication was slow and unreliable. News traveled at the speed of a walking messenger or horseback rider. Information from 50 miles away might take days to arrive, and news from other countries could take months, if it arrived at all. By this point in our journey through medieval horrors, you'd be desperately searching for a way back to your comfortable modern life with its antibiotics, indoor plumbing, human rights, and deodorant. The past may seem romantic in books and movies, but the reality of medieval life was a daily struggle that few of us modern humans could endure even for a day. Ever think about how a bunch of stone walls held off whole armies for years? Medieval castles weren't just big homes. They were battle-ready machines built to beat the odds. Their power wasn't just in how strong they were, it was in how smart they were. And it all started with one question: where to build the castle? These builders chose high ground whenever possible: hills, cliffs, and rocky outcrops, forcing attackers to fight gravity before they even reached the walls. The ultimate medieval workout plan: climb a steep hill in full armor while people throw rocks at you. At Edinburgh Castle in Scotland, attackers had to trudge up a steep volcanic rock that left them exhausted before battle even began. Water features provided instant protection on multiple sides. Castles on peninsulas or islands like Bodiam Castle with its massive surrounding moat created barriers that siege equipment couldn't cross. Approach routes were deliberately made narrow, winding, and exposed, forcing attacking armies to march in thin, vulnerable lines. Some castles only had a single approach path, while others sat above drop-offs that eliminated entire attack angles. Weather worked as a defensive ally, too. Winter winds would blast exposed routes, and spring rains turned dirt paths into mud pits. Nothing ruins a good siege like discovering your heavy siege tower is slowly sinking into 6 inches of mud. At Carrigsenden Castle, frequent rain made the steep limestone cliff nearly impossible to climb safely. The natural terrain also served as a psychological weapon. Imagine marching for days only to arrive at a castle perched on an impossibly steep cliff or surrounded by treacherous marshland. Many attacking forces lost their nerve before a single arrow was fired. Records show that some sieges were abandoned simply because the attacking army couldn't figure out how to overcome the natural obstacles. Forests were preserved around castles to restrict the movement of siege weapons and provide cover for defenders to launch counterattacks. Castle builders sometimes even engineered the landscape, creating artificial ponds or clearing specific areas to eliminate cover for approaching enemies. These natural defenses were just the beginning of a castle security system. Once attackers managed to reach the actual structure, they would face the next challenge. Once attackers reached a castle after battling natural defenses, they faced walls specifically designed to withstand nearly anything. Medieval castle walls weren't just big, they were engineering marvels built to absorb punishment. The sheer size would shock most modern visitors. Many castle walls stood 20 feet thick, about the length of a school bus. Dover Castle's walls measured nearly 21 feet at their thickest. Medieval contractors never had to worry about their clients complaining, I said thick walls, not that thick. This massive thickness served a practical purpose in absorbing energy from battering rams and other siege weapons. Medieval wall construction followed a clever sandwich approach. Workers built two parallel stone faces and filled the space between with smaller stones, broken rubble, and mortar. This rubble core created walls both immensely strong and somewhat flexible, able to absorb impacts without cracking. Many featured a sloped base called a talus that deflected attacks upward instead of straight into the wall, making battering rams less effective. It also created a troublesome angle for siege ladders. Medieval architects discovered that slippery slope wasn't just a logical fallacy. It was a great defense strategy. Sophisticated castles featured concentric walls, an outer wall and a taller inner wall. This meant even if attackers breached the first wall, they'd find themselves trapped in a killing zone between walls, with defenders shooting from both sides. Talk about being caught between a rock and a hard place. Literally. Some builders incorporated small pebbles into sections where enemy sappers might try to tunnel under walls. These loose materials would shift and make noise when disturbed, alerting guards to digging activities. Medieval alarm systems, no batteries required, just physics and gravel. While these mighty walls could withstand tremendous punishment, resourceful attackers developed specialized weapons to overcome them. But even the most formidable siege equipment often found its match in the castle's next line of defense. Gatehouses weren't doors. They were mousetraps, but the mice wore armor. The gatehouse represented both the weakest point in castle defenses and, paradoxically, often the strongest. Medieval engineers transformed what could have been a vulnerability into one of history's most ingenious death traps. A typical gatehouse consisted of multiple barriers. First came a drawbridge over the moat. Behind this waited heavy wooden doors reinforced with iron, but the true danger lay just beyond. The most crucial defensive element was the portcullis, a heavy wooden or iron grate that could be dropped from above. Many advanced gatehouses featured two portcullises spaced about 20 feet apart. Medieval architects invented the world's first crush zones long before car manufacturers thought of them, except these were designed to crush people, not absorb impact. The ceiling contained murder holes, openings through which defenders could drop rocks, boiling water, or burning pitch onto trapped attackers. Nothing says unwelcome guest quite like a hot oil shower from above. Some murder holes at major castles measure over a foot wide, allowing for particularly unpleasant surprises. Arrow loops lined the walls, allowing archers to fire from protected positions. These narrow slits gave defenders a wide field of fire while presenting the smallest possible target. Medieval arrow slits, the original "I can see you but you can't see me" technology. The entire gatehouse is usually projected outward from the main walls, creating a three-sided kill box. This arrangement allowed defenders to rain down destruction from above and both sides simultaneously. The gatehouse at Beaumaris Castle extends nearly 40 feet beyond the main walls, creating a gauntlet few attackers survived. Some castle designers added devious psychological elements like sharp turns that disoriented attackers and prevented battering rams from building momentum. Medieval equivalent of "you can't get there from here" was literally built into the architecture. The most cunning trick was the false gate, a convincing-looking entrance designed to draw attackers into an even more heavily defended area. Medieval catfishing, when that attractive entrance turns out to be a deadly trap. While the gatehouse represented a formidable ground-level defense, a castle's full defensive potential couldn't be realized without utilizing its most obvious advantage. Height offered a crucial advantage in warfare, and medieval castle builders used this principle to devastating effect. The tops of castle walls and towers were sophisticated weapons platforms designed to rain death upon attackers. The castle wall's most recognizable feature, crenellations, weren't just decorative. The raised sections or emerlins protected defenders, while gaps or embrasures allowed them to shoot arrows or throw projectiles. Medieval architects understood social distancing centuries early. Stay behind the stone and shoot through the gaps. Behind these ran the wall walk, a pathway where defenders could move quickly around the perimeter. These were wide enough for two armored men to pass without anyone awkwardly falling off. Shooting from above gave defenders a significant edge. Longbowmen could rain arrows from 200 yards away, while crossbowmen handled closer targets with armor-piercing bolts. Some towers featured arrow slits arranged to create overlapping fields of fire. Heavier weapons included springalds, large crossbow-like devices hurling darts powerful enough to skewer multiple attackers. Nothing brings enemies together quite like being pinned by the same giant dart. Simple physics made for the most terrifying weapons. Heavy rocks dropped from heights of 30 to 60 feet, crushed shields, helmets, and the people underneath. A 20-pound rock dropped from 40 feet hits with the force of a horse kick. Defenders heated sand or water. Contrary to popular belief, oil was too expensive for regular use to pour through machicolations, stone projections with floor gaps. Hot sand would get under armor, causing excruciating burns, while boiling water could scald attackers to death. While these elevated defenses made direct assaults nearly suicidal, determined attackers often tried to bypass walls entirely. This led castle designers to develop yet another critical defense. Approaching a medieval castle wasn't as simple as walking up to the front door. Between attackers and those stone walls typically lay a massive ditch, the moat, creating a serious problem for invading armies. Just when you thought attacking a castle couldn't get worse, now you need swimming lessons. Most moats measured between 10 to 30 feet wide and 5 to 10 feet deep. While water-filled moats were common, they weren't just about drowning enemies. They prevented tunneling underneath walls, a technique called sapping, as the water table would flood any attempted tunnels. They also forced attackers to build bridges or use boats, both dangerous options when arrows are raining down. Dry moats worked effectively too. These deep trenches could contain sharpened stakes, metal spikes called caltrops, or in warmer regions, even dangerous animals. Nothing says, "go away," quite like a ditch full of snakes. Some castle builders took psychological warfare to new levels by filling moats with sewage and rotting garbage. The smell alone might make attackers reconsider their plans. Crossing these barriers required portable bridges or massive filling operations where soldiers would dump dirt and timber into sections of the moat, all while being targeted from above. Drawbridges added another clever defense layer. Operated by counterweight systems or chains hidden inside the gatehouse, they could be raised quickly to create an impassable gap. Some advanced castles featured multiple drawbridges in sequence, creating several obstacles to overcome. Interestingly, archaeologists examining Bodiam Castle found its impressive-looking moat was actually quite shallow in many places, suggesting it was designed partly for show. Medieval lords understood that sometimes looking tough was half the battle. While moats excelled at slowing ground attacks and complemented the wall defenses we discussed earlier, any invaders who managed to cross these watery death traps would next face an even greater challenge. Medieval castle towers weren't just impressive stone structures, they were sophisticated battle stations that controlled the entire defensive system. Rising up to 100 feet tall, towers gave defenders the ultimate advantage of height and visibility. First and foremost, towers served as early warning systems. Lookouts stationed at the top could spot approaching armies days before arrival, using smoke signals, fire beacons, or flag systems to alert the castle. The Tour de Constance in France featured a special chamber for signal fires visible 20 miles away. Those medieval lookouts were like human traffic cameras, except instead of speeding tickets, they handed out arrows. Tower design evolved significantly over time. Early square towers had a serious flaw: blind spots at corners where attackers could work unseen. By the 12th century, round or D-shaped towers became standard, eliminating blind spots and making it nearly impossible for battering rams to find flat surfaces to strike. These curved walls also deflected projectiles better than flat surfaces. Strategic placement was crucial. Towers were typically spaced 100 to 200 feet apart, the effective range of a longbow, ensuring overlapping fields of fire where attackers would face arrows from multiple directions simultaneously. Try dodging arrows from multiple directions while climbing a ladder. It's the medieval version of a very unfair video game. Inside, castle designers created specialized fighting platforms with arrow loops, narrow slits that allowed defenders to shoot while remaining protected. These openings were cleverly splayed inward, giving archers wide visibility while presenting tiny targets to enemies outside. Towers connected to wall walks, allowing defenders to move quickly between positions. Many featured spiral staircases curving clockwise, a small but brilliant detail that gave defenders coming down the advantage while hindering right-handed attackers climbing up. With these towering advantages secured, castle defenders still needed one more crucial element to withstand long sieges: Once the gate slammed shut and the drawbridge raised, a medieval castle transformed from a fortress into a self-contained community. The real challenge wasn't just keeping enemies out, it was keeping everyone inside alive. The original lockdown had nothing to do with pandemics and everything to do with not getting murdered. Food storage formed the backbone of siege survival. Castle designers built massive underground storerooms called undercrofts specifically to hold enough provisions for months of isolation. These cool, dry spaces preserved grain, beans, and dried fruits, staples that could last through long sieges. Barrels of salted fish, smoked meats, and hard cheeses lined the walls. Most castles maintained food stores to last at least 3 to 6 months, with some prepared for a full year of isolation. Dover Castle in England had storage capacity for a garrison of 100 men to survive for nearly a year. Medieval meal prep wasn't about Instagram photos. It was about not starving while arrows flew overhead. Water supply proved even more critical than food. No matter how thick your walls, thirst would defeat you within days without access to clean water. Castle builders solved this problem by digging deep wells directly into the bedrock beneath the central courtyard, or keep. Some of these wells reached astounding depths. The well at Crac des Chevaliers in Syria plunges 120 feet down. Other castles collected rainwater in massive cisterns that could hold thousands of gallons. The smartest castle designers built their wells before constructing anything else, ensuring workers had water during the years-long building process. Nothing ruins your day quite like spending 5 years building impenetrable walls, then realizing nobody thought about drinking water. Daily life during a siege took place in cramped, uncomfortable conditions. The castle population swelled beyond its normal size as peasants from surrounding lands sought protection behind its walls. Space became precious. Great halls that normally hosted feasts transformed into communal sleeping areas. Privacy vanished. Noble families who typically enjoyed private chambers might share space with dozens of others. Medieval castle Wi-Fi would have had serious bandwidth issues, except the only thing streaming was the occasional leak in the roof. Sanitation presented another major challenge. Castle designers built latrines that emptied through chutes in the outer walls, a simple but effective system during normal times. During sieges, however, these became vulnerable points that enemies could climb or use to start fires. Alternative arrangements included chamber pots emptied into dedicated waste pits in the courtyard. Some larger castles featured sophisticated systems. Pembroke Castle in Wales had a massive latrine tower that could accommodate 20 people simultaneously. Medieval architects understood. No matter how fancy your castle, everybody poops. Health concerns mounted as sieges dragged on. Fresh vegetables quickly ran out, raising the risk of scurvy and other deficiency diseases. Doctors stored herbs and medicines, but their effectiveness was limited by medieval medical knowledge. Castle inhabitants relied heavily on brewing beer and wine, not just for morale, but because the fermentation process made these drinks safer than potentially contaminated water. Beer, keeping medieval defenders both hydrated and slightly more optimistic about being surrounded by enemies since 1066. The psychological impact of siege life cannot be overstated. Boredom, fear, and claustrophobia affected everyone trapped inside. To combat this, castle life continued with structure and routine. Guards maintained regular watches, craftspeople continued essential work, and religious services provided comfort and time markers. Games like chess, dice, and backgammon helped pass the endless hours of waiting. Being trapped in a castle during siege was like the world's worst vacation. Terrible accommodations, limited menu, and the neighbors keep trying to kill you. While the towering defenses we discussed earlier kept attackers at bay, sometimes castle inhabitants needed ways to slip in and out undetected. The most important doors in medieval castles were often the ones nobody could see. Behind massive walls and towers lurked networks of hidden passageways, concealed doors, and secret tunnels that served as both emergency exits and strategic advantages. The original emergency exits didn't have those annoying alarms, but they did occasionally have snakes. Secret escape tunnels known as posterns or sally ports allowed defenders to slip out undetected during sieges. These narrow passages typically emerged far from the main castle in wooded areas or ravines. Dover Castle features a famous example, a 200-foot tunnel through solid chalk cliffs that wasn't rediscovered until 1794. These weren't just emergency exits, they were medieval versions of ghosting an unwanted party guest. These hidden routes enabled defensive raids. Small groups could sneak out at night to sabotage enemy siege equipment or attack sentries. Records from the 1216 siege of Dover Castle describe defenders using sally ports for nighttime attacks that destroyed enemy catapults. Most of these exits had multiple sharp turns to prevent enemies from rushing in if they discovered the passage. Some castle tunnels served more practical purposes, connecting different buildings within the complex. During peaceful times, these provided convenience. During sieges, they allowed defenders to move reinforcements quickly without crossing open areas where they might be targeted. False passages represented a darker aspect of these systems, deliberately designed traps for infiltrators. Some led to dead ends where enemies would be cornered, others contained hidden pits with spikes at the bottom. Caerlaverock Castle in Scotland featured a fake escape tunnel that led to a flooded chamber where intruders would drown. The secrecy of these passages created vulnerability as well as strength. Several castles fell because of betrayal involving hidden entrances. In 1330, Nottingham Castle was penetrated through a forgotten tunnel from a nearby tavern. At Chateau Gaillard, attackers discovered an unguarded toilet chute that allowed them to infiltrate the fortress. The castle designer who forgot to put guards near the bathroom probably had a really bad performance review. While secret passages provided crucial advantages during attacks, the ultimate defense remained the castle's ability to resist and counter the specialized siege weapons that attackers brought against its walls. Medieval siege machines were impressive, but castle defenders weren't just sitting around waiting to be crushed. They developed countermeasures that turned attacking a castle into a deadly game of medieval chess. When attackers rolled up with battering rams, giant logs with metal caps, defenders would drop massive stones directly onto them from the battlements. These weren't pebbles. We're talking about boulders weighing hundreds of pounds that could splinter wood and crush unfortunate soldiers below. The medieval equivalent of dropping a piano on someone's head, except nobody got a funny tune at the end. Fire was another favorite defender's tool. When siege towers, those massive wooden structures on wheels, approached the walls, archers would unleash volleys of flaming arrows at them. Defenders also used long hooks on ropes to grab the towers and pull them off balance. Nothing ruins your day like climbing a 60-foot siege tower only to feel it suddenly leaning sideways like a drunk trying to climb stairs. Trebuchets presented a different challenge. These giant catapults could hurl stones from a distance, so defenders reinforced walls where impacts were expected and conducted nighttime raids to sabotage these machines. Some clever defenders even counted the seconds between launches to predict where to avoid standing. One particularly nasty siege tactic was biological warfare. Attackers would sometimes catapult diseased animal carcasses over the walls. The defenders' response? They catapulted some of the mess right back, along with beehives and wasps' nests. Talk about returning unwanted gifts with interest. Countermining was crucial when attackers tunneled under walls. Defenders dug their own tunnels to intercept them, flooding enemy tunnels with smoke or releasing attack dogs. Many castles kept specialized anti-siege equipment ready, including wooden frames called hoardings that could be quickly assembled to extend the range defenders could drop things from. While the previous section showed how castles used architecture to create death traps, these active defenses proved medieval defenders weren't just relying on thick walls. They fought back with ingenuity that would make modern military strategists proud. And when all else failed, they always had one more powerful weapon in their arsenal. Success in medieval warfare often came down to who could last the longest. Castles turned time itself into a weapon against attackers. Psychological warfare was a key strategy. Defenders would feast on battlements, making sure the smell of roasting meat drifted toward hungry besiegers. Medieval trash talk didn't need words. Just a chicken leg waved tauntingly from a tower window. Sieges bankrupted attackers. A typical army in the 1300s cost about 500 gold pieces daily. After weeks of going nowhere, many lords simply ran out of money. The siege of Kenilworth Castle lasted 6 months before attackers gave up. Weather favored defenders. Winter sieges were brutal for armies camping outside. More soldiers died from cold, disease, and hunger than from fighting. Castle residents weren't staying at a 5-star resort, but compared to attackers sleeping in mud, they might as well have been. Castle defenders mastered surprise attacks called sorties. small groups rushing out from hidden gates to target siege equipment or supply lines before quickly retreating. Deception helped too. Helmets on poles made it seem like more soldiers guarded the walls. Trumpets and drums created the impression of reinforcements arriving. The most effective defense was often patience. About 60% of castle sieges ended with attackers simply giving up. While the previous section showed how castles actively fought against siege machines, this combination of patience and psychological warfare completed their defensive strategy, turning stone structures into active participants in medieval power struggles. Ever wondered why medieval peasants didn't just freeze to death during those bone-chilling winters? Well, they were actually pretty clever about it. And no, they didn't have heated blankets or space heaters hidden away in their cottages. In fact, their solutions to staying warm were way more creative than you might think. Let's talk about their houses first. Now, I used to think medieval peasants just threw together some wooden shacks and called it a day. Boy, was I wrong. These folks were basically the original underground living enthusiasts. They dug their houses about 2 to 3 feet into the ground, which might not sound like much, but it's basically like building your house in a shallow swimming pool. Except instead of keeping cool, they were trying to stay warm. And it worked. Recent archaeological studies showed these partially sunken houses stayed about 10 degrees warmer than surface dwellings during winter months. You know how your parents always yell at you for leaving the front door open because they're not trying to heat the whole neighborhood? Medieval peasants took that energy-saving mindset to the extreme. Their windows were tiny. We're talking barely bigger than your head, tiny. And those low ceilings weren't just because medieval people were shorter, though they were. It was all about keeping the heat where they wanted it, inside. Medieval peasants used something called wattle and daub to insulate their homes. Now, before you get excited, wattle isn't some cute medieval animal. It's basically a bunch of twigs woven together like a massive basket. And daub? Well, it's a delightful mixture of clay, straw, and, wait for it, manure. Yes, they literally put poop in their walls. The next time your room smells a bit funky, just remember, at least your walls aren't made of medieval composting material. Though I have to say, these walls were surprisingly effective. Archaeological experiments have shown they provided insulation comparable to a modern wall with basic fiberglass insulation. The winner of medieval heating was the central hearth. This wasn't just any old fireplace, it was the medieval equivalent of a combination microwave, heater, and social media hub all rolled into one. Located right in the middle of the house, it did everything from cooking their meals to keeping them warm, and it was where all the hot gossip about whose ox ran away with whose cow was shared. Recent archaeological digs have uncovered some fascinating stats about these hearths. In a typical peasant house from around 1300, the central hearth could maintain temperatures between 50 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit, even when it was freezing outside. That might sound chilly to us modern folks who cry when the thermostat drops below 72 degrees Fahrenheit, but for medieval peasants, it was practically tropical. They are geniuses on how they designed their single-room homes. Everything was strategic, from the placement of sleeping areas as far from drafts as possible to the angle of the roof steep enough to shed snow, but not so steep that the thatch would slide off. It was like a medieval version of feng shui, except instead of arranging furniture for good luck, they were arranging it so they wouldn't wake up as human popsicles. Archaeological evidence shows they even oriented their houses to face the sun's path, maximizing natural heat during winter days, and something that would make modern architects scratch their heads. These houses were actually designed to be a bit smoky inside. The smoke from the hearth would rise and help create an insulating layer near the ceiling, while also protecting the thatch roof from insects and rot. Sure, it probably wasn't great for their lungs, but when you're trying not to freeze to death, a little smoke is the least of your worries. Studies of preserved medieval roofs show that this smoky environment actually doubled the lifespan of thatched roofs. Some clever archaeologists recently found evidence that peasants would actually modify their homes seasonally. In autumn, they'd patch up any holes in the walls with fresh daub and add extra layers of thatch to the roof. They'd even hang old blankets or animal skins on the walls for added insulation. Medieval tapestries for the common folk, if you will. And unlike our modern homes where every room has a different temperature, these single-room houses were surprisingly efficient at maintaining consistent warmth. But perhaps the most impressive thing about medieval housing wasn't just the architecture. It was how these techniques evolved over centuries of trial and error. Each generation added their own little improvements, like a really slow game of architectural telephone that lasted hundreds of years. Archaeological evidence shows that houses from the early medieval period, around 800 AD, were much simpler, but by the 1300s, they had developed into these surprisingly sophisticated warm-keeping machines. Some of their heating solutions were actually better than what we use today. Those thick, breathable walls of wattle and daub were fantastic at regulating humidity and preventing mold, something our modern drywall isn't always great at. And their steep thatched roofs, they were perfect for handling heavy snow loads, way better than some modern flat roof buildings that collapse after a big snowstorm. But living in a medieval house wasn't all cozy fires and clever design. The smoke from the hearth would make your eyes water, the roof needed constant repairs, and there was always the chance that a stray spark could set the whole place ablaze. But hey, at least you didn't have to worry about paying the heating bill or programming a smart thermostat. Speaking of daily life in these houses, you wouldn't believe the incredibly precise schedule medieval families followed to make the most of their home's features. Their daily routine was like a perfectly choreographed dance, timed exactly with the sun's movement and the day's temperature changes. You'd think medieval peasants just woke up whenever they felt like it and went about their day randomly, right? Wrong. Their schedule was so precise, it makes my attempts at time management look like a toddler trying to organize a birthday party. The golden hours were between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., what medieval folks called high sun. This wasn't because they were late risers who enjoyed sleeping in. No, this 4-hour window was when temperatures peaked, and everyone in the village coordinated their most important work during this time. Manor court records from 1267 show that villages actually fined people who didn't stick to these communal work hours in winter. Talk about strict scheduling. And you thought your school's tardy policy was harsh. One village in northern England even had a system where repeat offenders had to donate extra firewood to the community stockpile. Now, recent studies of medieval manor records show that villages developed what historians call frost watches. Different families would take turns keeping the communal fires going throughout the night. Each family had their assigned nights, marked in the manor rolls right next to their tax obligations. Miss your turn at frost watch? That'll be 1 chicken or 3 dozen eggs as a penalty. Medieval peasants didn't mess around with their heating duties. Archaeological evidence suggests some villages even had special warning systems, usually a series of horn blasts, to alert frost watchers when temperatures dropped dangerously low. The morning routine started way before sunrise, but not with what you'd expect. Instead of jumping right into work, medieval folks had what they called first sleep and second sleep. They'd wake up around midnight for an hour or two, do some light tasks, socialize a bit, then go back to bed until dawn. Medical records from the 1300s show doctors actually recommended this split sleep pattern for better health. Meanwhile, we modern folks feel guilty about taking a 20-minute power nap at our desks. Historical documents show this midnight wake period was considered so normal that people would often schedule social visits during this time. Mealtimes were a whole other level of coordination. The entire village would eat their main meal together around 11 a.m., when the communal bread ovens were at their hottest. Archaeological evidence from village sites shows these ovens were massive. Some could bake up to 100 loaves at once. One baker's log from 1298 recorded that a village of 80 people could heat their homes by about 3 degrees Celsius just from the bread ovens alone. Talk about killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Or should I say, feeding 2 needs with 1 heat. The timing was so crucial that villages actually had bread bells that would ring when the ovens reached optimal temperature. The afternoon had its own clever timing tricks. Between 2 p.m. and sunset, work moved indoors. This wasn't because medieval peasants were lazy. It was a pure survival strategy. Court records show villages actually had official cold watchers who would monitor temperatures using primitive but effective methods like watching how quickly water froze in clay pots. When these watchers gave the signal, everyone knew it was time to head inside where the day's stored heat could be put to good use. Some villages even developed a point system. You'd lose points for being caught working outside after the cold warning, and too many lost points meant extra community service duties. You know those people who always complain about meetings that could have been emails? Medieval peasants would laugh at our inefficiency. They had something called twilight councils, community meetings held in the largest house in the village right as the sun was setting. This wasn't just about saving daylight. The body heat from dozens of people gathered together could raise the temperature of a large room by up to 5 degrees Celsius. Now that's what I call a productive meeting. Historical records show these meetings were so effective at heating that some villages actually scheduled their most important discussions for the coldest days. They even coordinated their bedtimes, not because they had strict parents, but because the last family to bank their fire for the night was responsible for checking all the other houses' fires were safely banked too. Manor records show this job rotated weekly, and getting caught sleeping on the job, literally, meant you had to donate a portion of your fuel supply to the community stockpile. One particular record from 1289 mentions a man who fell asleep during his fire-checking duties and had to give up half his winter firewood as punishment. These medieval communities had some pretty incredible methods for preserving their food through the winter months. Their storage techniques were just as sophisticated as their timing strategies, and some of them might surprise you. Medieval peasants would have crushed it on those survival TV shows. Their food preservation techniques were so smart that modern scientists are actually studying them. Just don't tell Gordon Ramsay about some of their methods. He might have a meltdown. Though honestly, their preservation skills might even impress him once he got past all the dirt. Let's start underground. Medieval peasants had these brilliant storage pits that kept temperature steady at around 40 degrees Fahrenheit year-round. Recent archaeological digs found thousands of these pits across England. They were basically the medieval equivalent of your refrigerator's crisper drawer, except they actually worked. One village in Yorkshire had over 200 storage pits for just 50 families. That's 4 personal underground fridges per household. And here we are, fighting over fridge space with our roommates. Archaeological analysis shows these pits were so well designed that they maintained more stable temperatures than some modern root cellars. They turned their vegetables into natural thermometers. Root vegetables like carrots and turnips were placed in specific spots within these pits. If the carrots started showing signs of frost damage, they knew they needed to add more insulation. If they started sprouting, they needed better ventilation. A medieval manuscript from 1283 actually lists different vegetables in order of their cold sensitivity. It's like a primitive temperature monitoring system, but with turnips instead of technology. Recent studies of these manuscripts reveal they had identified over 20 different vegetable varieties with varying cold tolerances. Now, about that hay everyone keeps talking about. Medieval peasants didn't just use it for their animals, they wrapped their houses in it like a giant winter coat. But the genius move is that they stored this insulating hay in layers around their food storage areas. Archaeological evidence from a 13th century village shows they created what scientists now call thermal gradient zones. Each layer of hay reduced the temperature fluctuation by about 2 degrees Celsius. 3 layers of hay meant your food storage stayed 6 degrees more stable. Not bad for people who never took a physics class. Modern experiments recreating these methods have shown they're nearly as effective as some modern insulation materials. The snow trick is where things get really interesting. Most people today run inside when it snows, but medieval peasants ran outside with their storage containers. They'd pack snow against their food storage areas in carefully calculated layers. Studies of preserved medieval storage structures show they could maintain temperatures of 35 to 38 degrees Fahrenheit for weeks after the snow melted by using this method. One particularly well-preserved site in northern England showed evidence of snow pits that could keep food cold until May. That's some serious medieval air conditioning. The layout of these snow pits suggests they understood principles of thermal mass centuries before the concept was formally defined. But the winner of medieval food preservation were the underground storage systems from the 1200s. These weren't just holes in the ground, they were engineering masterpieces. Archaeologists found storage pits with multiple chambers, each one designed for different types of food. They had drainage systems that would make a modern plumber impressed, airflow channels that worked like natural ventilation, and even primitive humidity control using clay pots filled with water. Analysis of soil samples from these pits shows they maintained humidity levels between 85 to 95%, perfect for long-term vegetable storage. Some of these storage systems were so effective that when archaeologists excavated them in the 1960s, they found preserved seeds that were still viable after 700 years. The scientists actually managed to grow medieval turnips from these seeds. I bet those were the most historically significant turnips ever served in a university cafeteria. DNA analysis of these ancient seeds has helped scientists understand how medieval crops differed from modern varieties. The preservation methods weren't just about keeping food cold, though. Medieval peasants had this whole system of rotating their stored foods based on temperature changes. They'd move roots and vegetables between different storage zones like they were playing some complicated game of chess. Manor records from 1292 show detailed instructions for this rotation system. It's basically a medieval version of those cooking shows where they have to quick fire, reorganize a pantry, except failing means you might not eat in February. The records even include penalty systems for families who didn't follow the rotation schedule. But my favorite discovery has to be the fool's test. According to manor court records, villages would assign someone to taste a tiny bit of stored food every few days. If they got sick, well, let's just say it wasn't the most popular job in the village. They even had a rotation system for this duty, kind of like jury duty, but with more potential stomach aches. One record shows a man tried to get out of this duty by claiming he had already died from bad turnips. Medieval humor, folks. Historical documents suggest this testing system actually saved many villages from foodborne illnesses during harsh winters. These preservation techniques weren't just random lucky guesses. Manor records show they kept detailed notes about what worked and what didn't, passing this knowledge down through generations. We found preservation guides from the 1200s that read like scientific journals, complete with observations about temperature, timing, and storage conditions. They might not have had thermometers, but they sure knew their stuff about keeping food fresh. All this careful food preservation meant they needed some serious cooking skills to turn their stored ingredients into actual meals. And let me tell you, what they did with these preserved foods in their medieval kitchens would put some modern cooking shows to shame. The science behind medieval food was absolutely genius. These people were professional calorie counters before it was cool. Except instead of trying to lose weight, they were trying not to freeze to death. And they were surprisingly good at it. Medieval doctors actually prescribed specific foods for winter survival. Records from the 1300s show they recommended eating between 4,000 to 5,000 calories daily during the coldest months. That's more than what Olympic swimmers eat today. But here's the catch. They had to get those calories from food that could last through winter without spoiling. My local supermarket can barely keep bananas fresh for a week, but these folks had winter food storage down to a science. Medical texts from the period show they understood the connection between caloric intake and body temperature with remarkable accuracy. The star of medieval winter cuisine was pottage, a thick stew that stayed simmering in the pot for days, sometimes weeks. Every time someone got hungry, they'd just throw more ingredients in. It was like the world's longest-running crock-pot meal. Archaeological analysis of medieval cooking pots shows traces of meals that kept going for up to 3 weeks. Modern food safety inspectors would have a heart attack, but medieval peasants had figured out that the constant simmering actually killed harmful bacteria. Recent studies of these cooking methods show they were surprisingly effective at maintaining food safety. The magic happens when they know how they layered flavors and nutrients. Manor records from 1286 show a village near York had specific rules about pottage ingredients. The bottom layer had to be root vegetables for steady energy. The middle layer needed beans or peas for protein, and the top layer was whatever grains they had left for quick energy. It was basically a medieval food pyramid in a pot. Scientists studying these recipes found they provided a perfect balance of complex and simple carbohydrates for sustained energy throughout the cold days. Analysis of preserved pottage residues shows they were getting more balanced nutrition than many modern people. But the true medieval superfood fermented everything. They fermented grains into beer, fruits into wine, and vegetables into preserves that would make modern probiotics look amateur. One particularly detailed manor record from 1292 describes a special winter beer that was nearly as thick as honey and packed with calories. Modern recreations of this recipe showed it contained about 400 calories per pint. That's like drinking a cheeseburger. The fermentation process also created B vitamins that helped them fight off winter illnesses. Laboratory analysis of recreated medieval fermented foods shows they contained up to 10 times more probiotic strains than modern fermented foods. Medieval peasants might have had healthier gut bacteria than we do. Recent studies of preserved human remains from medieval villages show evidence of incredibly diverse gut microbiomes. All that fermented food and whole grain bread actually gave them better digestive health than many of us have today. Take that, modern kombucha fans. Scientists have identified over 50 different beneficial bacterial strains in medieval gut samples that are rare or absent in modern populations. The bread they ate wasn't anything like our fluffy white bread either. Medieval winter bread was dense, dark, and usually slightly fermented. Archaeological evidence shows their grain mills were terrible at removing bran and germ from wheat, which accidentally made their bread way more nutritious than modern white bread. One loaf of medieval bread contained more fiber than a modern person eats in 3 days. Sure, it was probably hard enough to use as a weapon, but it kept them alive through winter. Chemical analysis of preserved bread samples shows they were getting up to 40% more nutrients from their bread than we get from modern whole grain bread. They even had specialized winter versions of common foods. Scientists studying medieval recipes found they would deliberately overcook some grains to make them more digestible and calorie-dense. A porridge recipe from 1278 specifies cooking the grains until they're soft as child's teeth. Gross description, but brilliant science. The longer cooking time broke down the complex starches, making the calories more readily available for keeping warm. Modern nutritional analysis shows this cooking method increased the bioavailability of calories by up to 30%. The medieval diet changed dramatically with the seasons. Records from various manor courts show they ate nearly twice as much fat and protein in winter as they did in summer. They weren't counting macros for their beach bodies, they were literally eating to survive. One fascinating record from 1297 shows a village elder teaching young couples how to adjust their cooking based on the temperature. When frost bites twice before dawn, the pottage needs thrice the fat. Analysis of preserved food remains shows their winter diet could provide up to 60% more calories than their summer diet. They also timed their meals based on digestion science. Manor records show specific winter eating schedules. The biggest meal at dawn when they needed energy to warm up, another large meal at midday to keep the heat going, and a smaller meal before bed to fuel overnight warmth. They understood food-generated body heat better than some modern nutritionists. Studies of medieval meal timing show it was nearly perfectly aligned with our modern understanding of chronobiology and metabolic efficiency. With all this focus on high-calorie foods and staying warm, you might wonder how medieval peasants managed to get any rest in their crowded houses. Well, their sleeping arrangements were just as scientifically thought out as their diet. Modern parents freak out when kids crawl into their bed, but medieval families took shared sleeping to a whole new level. Archaeological evidence from the 1250s shows entire families were talking up to 6 people sharing what was basically a wooden platform with some straw on it. And you thought your twin-size college dorm bed was cramped. Recent analysis of medieval household records suggests these tight sleeping quarters might have actually helped medieval families survive temperatures that would have killed people sleeping separately. In fact, studies show the combined body heat in these shared beds could raise the local temperature by up to 8 degrees Celsius. They didn't sleep flat on their backs like we do today. Archaeological research of medieval bed platforms shows they slept semi-reclined, almost like they were in a comfy chair. Scientists studying this position found it was actually brilliant for heat conservation. It reduced the surface area exposed to cold air by about 30% compared to lying flat. Plus, it made it easier to pack more people into the sleeping space. Medieval problems required medieval solutions. Studies of preserved bed platforms show wear patterns consistent with this semi-reclined position, suggesting it was the standard sleeping posture for centuries. Modern sleep researchers have even found this position might have helped prevent some respiratory problems common in cold weather. Recent studies of manor court records revealed something fascinating about these sleeping arrangements. Villages actually had official sleep inspectors who would check that families were using their bed space efficiently during the coldest months. One record from 1289 shows a family getting fined for spreading out too much in their bed platform. Apparently, gaps between sleepers were considered a waste of precious warmth. Talk about strict bedroom rules. The fines could be pretty steep too. One family had to give up a whole week's worth of firewood as punishment for inefficient sleeping arrangements. These sleep inspectors even carried measuring rods to ensure proper spacing between sleepers. The bed platforms themselves were engineering marvels disguised as simple furniture. Archaeologists studying preserved medieval beds found they were built with multiple layers of insulation. The bottom layer was usually packed straw and changed seasonally, followed by a layer of wool when they could afford it, and topped with whatever fabrics the family owned. But what's clever is that they angled these platforms at precisely 15 degrees. Modern thermal analysis shows this angle created perfect air circulation while minimizing heat loss. These people were basically sleep scientists. Recent reconstructions of these beds have shown they maintain temperatures up to 12 degrees Celsius warmer than flat sleeping surfaces. The layered construction also helped prevent drafts, with each layer reducing air movement by approximately 40%. Getting the bedding arrangement wrong could be a serious problem. Manor records from 1250 to 1350 show multiple cases of families being relocated to the communal hall during extreme cold snaps because they failed to maintain proper sleeping conditions. One particularly dramatic account from 1298 describes a village elder demonstrating proper sleep positioning by arranging the entire family like spoons in a drawer. Medieval people invented spooning. Who knew? Historical records suggest this spooning arrangement could raise body temperature by up to 2 degrees Celsius compared to random positioning. Scientific analysis of shared body heat distribution shows this arrangement was nearly perfect for heat retention. The height of the bed platform mattered too. Archaeological evidence shows they built these platforms exactly 18 inches off the ground. This wasn't random. Modern environmental studies show this height kept sleepers above the coldest layer of air that settled at floor level, while still benefiting from rising heat from any animals kept below. Some particularly clever households even built their bed platforms directly above the cattle pen, medieval underfloor heating at its finest. Temperature measurements in reconstructed medieval houses show this elevation could mean a difference of up to 5 degrees Celsius. The platforms were also slightly tilted toward the center, creating a subtle bowl effect that kept everyone from rolling out while sleeping. It's also impressive how they scheduled sleep. Unlike today, where everyone just crashes whenever they feel like it, medieval families coordinated their sleep positions throughout the night. The youngest and oldest family members who needed the most warmth started in the middle of the group. As people got up for their various night duties, checking the fires, tending to animals, or the infamous first sleep activities, they would rotate positions to maintain optimal heat distribution. It was like a complex dance choreography, except everyone was unconscious. Manor records actually include detailed diagrams showing these rotation patterns and schedules. Those warm bodies needed proper clothing to make the most of their shared sleeping space, and medieval people had some pretty sophisticated fashion solutions. Forget everything you've seen in medieval movies. These people weren't running around in thin tunics during winter. The real medieval fashion scene would shock modern designers. For starters, they never washed their winter clothes. Before you say gross, there was actual science behind this decision. The natural lanolin in wool acts as a waterproofing agent, and washing removes it. One medieval text from 1267 specifically warns, "A clean wool cloak is a cold wool cloak." Medieval people understood chemistry without knowing what chemistry was. Modern lab tests on preserved medieval garments show unwashed wool clothing retained up to 40% more water resistance than washed versions. Wool was the superstar of medieval winter wear. Archaeological evidence shows they didn't just wear one layer of wool, they wore up to 5 layers. Each layer was processed differently to serve a specific purpose. The innermost layer was soft and thin, while outer layers were progressively thicker and coarser. Scientists studying preserved medieval clothing found this layering technique created air pockets that trapped heat more effectively than modern polyester. Tests show a typical medieval winter outfit could maintain body heat for up to 6 hours in freezing temperatures. Analysis of the weaving patterns reveals they even adjusted the direction of the wool fibers in each layer to maximize insulation. But it gets interesting when they stuff their clothes with dried moss and straw. Recent analysis of preserved clothing from the 1300s shows traces of over 12 different types of moss used for insulation. Each type had different properties. Some were naturally antimicrobial, others were better at trapping air. Manor records even show villages had designated moss collectors who knew exactly which types to gather. One record from 1292 describes a heated argument between 2 villages over access to a particularly good moss gathering spot. Medieval people literally fought over moss. That's how important it was. Scientific analysis of these moss varieties shows some had insulation properties comparable to modern synthetic materials. The really impressive thing is in how they treated their winter clothes. They'd rub them with animal fat, usually sheep or deer, to increase water resistance. Lab tests on recreated medieval clothing shows this treatment was surprisingly effective. It could repel water for up to 4 hours in heavy rain. They also discovered that mixing certain types of tree sap with the fat made it even more water resistant. A medieval recipe from 1285 specifies mixing pine sap with sheep fat in exact proportions that modern scientists say is nearly identical to modern waterproofing formulas. Recent experiments show this mixture could maintain its water-resistant properties for up to 3 months before needing reapplication. Linen undergarments were the medieval equivalent of high-tech base layers, but only wealthy peasants could afford them. Instead, most people used this trick of weaving their innermost wool layer with nettle fibers. Modern textile analysis shows this created a fabric that wickeded moisture away from the body almost as effectively as modern synthetic materials. It was itchy as anything, but it kept you dry and warm. One medieval writer complained about the eternal itch of winter clothes, but noted it was better than freezing. Laboratory tests indicate these nettle wool blends could wick moisture at 80% the efficiency of modern performance fabrics. Every piece of medieval winter clothing had a specific purpose. Take their weird-looking hoods, for example. Archaeological finds show they weren't just floppy caps. They were engineered with multiple panels that could be adjusted based on wind direction. Tests on reconstructed medieval hoods show they could reduce wind chill effects by up to 60% when properly positioned. And those funny-looking pointy shoes, they were actually designed to minimize contact with frozen ground. Less surface area meant less heat loss through the feet. Modern thermal imaging shows these designs reduced heat loss by up to 25% compared to conventional medieval footwear. Medieval clothing maintenance was an art form. They stored winter clothes in special chests with aromatic herbs that naturally repels moths. But these weren't just any herbs. They chose specific combinations that also had antimicrobial properties. Scientists testing preserved medieval clothing chests found traces of herbs that are now known to contain natural antibacterial compounds. These people were fighting bacteria before they knew bacteria existed. Chemical analysis of these herb combinations shows they were as effective as some modern mothball alternatives. They also had seasonal clothing rotation down to a science. Manor records show specific dates for changing over to winter clothes based on generations of weather observations. But it wasn't just about the calendar, they watched for specific signs in nature. One record from 1278 lists things like when the blackberries wither and when the geese fly south as signals to break out the heavy winter gear. Modern meteorologists have found these natural indicators were surprisingly accurate predictors of temperature changes, often matching modern forecasting with 85% accuracy. Their winter clothes were community projects. Villages would hold spinning bees where everyone gathered to process wool and make winter clothing together. But this wasn't just about socializing. Body heat from 20 to 30 people working in one space could raise the temperature enough to keep everyone warm while they worked. One manor record shows a village saving 3 weeks' worth of firewood by organizing group sewing sessions in cold weather. Temperature measurements in reconstructed medieval workshops show these gatherings could raise room temperature by up to 6 degrees Celsius. When those warm woolen clothes weren't quite enough to fight off the bitter cold, medieval peasants had another trick up their sleeves. They brought their animals inside. And these weren't just any old farm animals. A single cow could raise the room temperature by 2 to 3 degrees Celsius. That might not sound like much until you realize most medieval families kept 3 or 4 cows inside during winter. Add in some sheep, chickens, and maybe a pig or two, and suddenly you've got a pretty cozy setup. Researchers studying medieval housing layouts found that strategic animal placement could create temperature increases of up to 10 degrees Celsius. Modern thermal imaging of recreated medieval homes shows these temperature gains could last for up to 12 hours at a time. The most efficient arrangements could maintain these temperatures with just half the usual firewood consumption. The science behind this was actually pretty advanced. Archaeological evidence shows medieval houses had specific zones for different animals based on how much body heat they generated. Cows, being the premium heaters, got prime spots near sleeping areas. Pigs, which generate about half as much heat as cows, were placed near food storage areas. Chickens, despite their tiny size, were particularly valued because they could fit into small spaces and still pump out surprising amounts of warmth. One medieval record from 1288 actually ranks animals by their heating value. A cow was worth 4 sheep or 16 chickens in terms of warmth generation. Recent scientific analysis confirms these medieval heat calculations were remarkably accurate, with modern thermodynamic studies showing only a 5% variance from their estimations. But it wasn't just about the heat. These animals created what scientists now call a primitive greenhouse effect. Their breath and body heat would create warm, humid air that helped prevent the bitter cold from seeping in. Modern environmental scientists have recreated these conditions and found that animal-warmed medieval houses could maintain relative humidity around 60%, perfect for preventing both freezing and mold growth. Your modern humidifier has nothing on medieval livestock. Lab tests show this humidity level also helped preserve wooden structures and prevented respiratory problems common in dry winter air. The combination of heat and humidity created a microclimate that could extend food preservation times by up to 3 weeks. It is really clever how they designed special winter quarters for the animals. Archaeological digs have uncovered evidence of raised platforms and specialized feeding troughs that kept animals in specific positions to maximize heat distribution. One particularly well-preserved site showed a system where cows were positioned so their breath would create a warm air current flowing toward the family's sleeping area. These people were medieval HVAC engineers. Analysis of airflow patterns in reconstructed buildings shows these arrangements could increase effective temperature by an additional 2 to 3 degrees. Studies of preserved floor plans reveal they even accounted for seasonal wind direction when positioning their animal pens. Manor court records reveal some pretty interesting disputes about winter animal arrangements. One document from 1276 describes 2 families arguing over whose turn it was to host the village's largest bull. Apparently, he was the premium heating unit in town. Another record shows a family being fined for trying to claim their skinny cow provided as much heat as their neighbor's fat one. They actually had standards for this stuff. Court records include detailed testimonies from animal heat assessors who would evaluate livestock for their warming potential. These assessors developed a sophisticated scoring system based on animal size, age, and health that modern researchers find remarkably consistent with actual heat output measurements. The arrangement wasn't just random either. Scientists studying medieval floor plans found they positioned animals to create convection currents that would circulate warm air throughout the house. The animal's body heat would cause the air to rise, creating a natural circulation system. Tests in reconstructed medieval houses show this system could maintain temperatures above freezing even when it was minus 10 degrees Celsius outside. No wonder these arrangements were taken so seriously. They were literally life-saving. Modern airflow studies have revealed these medieval designs achieve 70% of the efficiency of modern passive heating systems. Some particularly well-designed houses could maintain stable temperatures for up to 18 hours without additional fuel. But keeping animals inside came with its own challenges. Medieval people developed sophisticated waste management systems that would impress modern farmers. They used layers of straw and ash to create composting floors that absorbed animal waste while generating additional heat through decomposition. Recent analysis of preserved medieval floor layers shows this system could add another 1 to 2 degrees of warmth to the house. Talk about making the best of a smelly situation. Chemical analysis of these floor layers reveals they also produce natural antiseptic compounds that helped prevent disease. The layered composting system created a self-sustaining cycle that provided both heat and fertilizer for spring planting. The animals also needed to be fed and watered without letting all the warm air escape. Archaeological evidence shows they developed clever feeding systems using chutes and hatches that minimized how often doors needed to be opened. One particularly innovative design from a 1290s house shows a rotating feed box that could be loaded from outside and turned inward. Medieval people invented the pet door. Testing of reconstructed feeding systems shows they reduced warm air loss by up to 60% compared to conventional door opening. Energy efficiency studies indicate these medieval designs were nearly as effective as modern airlock entry systems. Some villages even had specific rules about which animals could be kept inside based on house size and family numbers. Manor records show calculations for optimal animal warmth ratios. They figured out exactly how many animals could comfortably fit in a space while providing maximum heat benefit. One record from 1295 specifies that a family of 5 needed at least 2 cows' worth of animal heat to survive the winter. Modern thermodynamic calculations show these medieval estimates were surprisingly accurate, falling within 10% of current scientific measurements for animal heat generation. The most efficient households could maintain comfortable temperatures with just 60% of the livestock typically needed. With all these animals and people packed together in medieval houses, organizing the community became crucial for survival. Villages developed complex systems for coordinating everything from wood gathering to shared warming spaces. These people took winter preparation so seriously that archaeological evidence shows villages had designated frost wardens who started planning winter survival strategies in the middle of summer. The wood gathering system alone was a masterpiece of medieval logistics. Manor court records from 1285 show villages divided families into wood gathering teams based on their physical capabilities and the tools they owned. Each team had specific roles: the woodcutters, the stackers, and the haulers. But here's the brilliant part. They rotated these roles weekly to prevent anyone from getting stuck with the hardest jobs in the worst weather. Modern organizational psychologists studying these records say this rotation system was more sophisticated than some modern workplace schedules. Recent analysis of preserved village records shows they even had a point system for winter preparation duties. Families earned points for contributing to communal wood piles, maintaining shared pathways, and participating in frost watches. A record from 1293 shows one village tracking these points with remarkable precision. They actually carved notches into a communal counting stick. Slacking off wasn't an option. Families with low point totals got the worst spots in the communal hall during group activities. Speaking of the communal hall, these buildings were engineering marvels disguised as simple gathering spaces. Archaeological excavations reveal they were strategically positioned to block prevailing winter winds for the entire village. One particularly well-preserved site from 1278 shows a hall designed with a double entrance system that created an airlock effect. These people invented the revolving door principle about 600 years early. Modern airflow studies show these designs reduced heat loss by up to 45% compared to single-entrance buildings. The frost watches themselves were like military operations. Teams of villagers would take turns patrolling through the night, checking on the elderly, maintaining communal fires, and monitoring temperature indicators. They used a fascinating system of marking the frost levels. Archaeological evidence shows they placed clay pots filled with water at different heights around the village. How quickly these froze told them exactly how cold it was getting at different elevations. Scientists testing this method found it was accurate within 2 degrees Celsius. But the real genius was in how they organized shared warming spaces. Villages didn't just throw open the communal hall and hope for the best. They had detailed schedules for group activities that maximized the heating efficiency of shared body heat. Manor records from 1296 show they calculated exactly how many people needed to be in the hall to maintain comfortable temperatures. One village even developed a rotation system where families would take turns hosting heat-sharing sessions, basically medieval block parties where the goal was to stay warm. Churches played a huge role too, but not just for spiritual comfort. Archaeological evidence shows medieval churches were designed with winter survival in mind. They had special warming rooms called calefactories, where the elderly and infants could stay during the coldest days. Analysis of church records shows these rooms were carefully managed. They even had designated warmth watchers who maintained optimal temperatures. Modern studies of preserved church architecture reveal these rooms could maintain temperatures up to 8 degrees Celsius warmer than outside, just from shared body heat and strategic design. The communal baking system was another stroke of medieval genius. Instead of each family firing up their own oven, villages coordinated massive baking days where everyone used the same ovens in sequence. Manor records show they figured out the exact order of baking that would maximize heat usage: breads first, then pies, then dishes that needed less heat. Scientists studying these records calculated this system saved about 60% of the fuel that would have been used if everyone baked separately. Every village had their own winter survival innovations too. One community invented a system of underground tunnels connecting important buildings, which archaeologists initially thought were for storage but turned out to be heated passageways. Another village developed a method of using hot rocks from the communal ovens as portable heaters. They'd wrap them in scraps of wool and distribute them to the elderly. The ingenuity of these solutions often depended on what resources each village had available. Modern research into medieval village organization has even uncovered evidence of early social welfare systems. Villages kept detailed records of families who might struggle in winter, the elderly, the sick, households with new babies, and organized support networks to help them. They weren't just being nice, they understood that the whole community's survival depended on protecting its most vulnerable members. All these community systems were a testament to medieval ingenuity. Their methods might seem primitive to us now, but they created something remarkable, a community where survival depended on everyone working together. Maybe they didn't have our modern technology, but they had something just as valuable, the understanding that staying warm was easier when everyone helped keep the fire burning. Ever wondered what it was really like living in those grand medieval castles? Well, forget the fairy tales and fantasy movies. Let's take a real look at castle life, from dawn to dusk. When even the kings and queens woke up with backaches, you know it's going to be an interesting story. While we complain about our memory foam mattresses being too soft or too firm, medieval folks were snoozing on what was essentially a bag of straw that hadn't been changed since the last harvest festival. The mattress situation was so bad that many medieval medical texts actually included treatments for straw-related injuries. Yes, you read that right. People were getting hurt by their beds. Imagine explaining that to your local healer. Well, you see, I was attacked by my mattress. The rich nobles had it slightly better with wooden frames for their straw, which is kind of like saying they had the privilege of being uncomfortable on a slightly higher level. The morning wake-up call wasn't your friendly smartphone alarm with its gentle chimes either. Instead, you might be startled awake by a rooster having an existential crisis at dawn, or worse, the castle's designated wake-up person. Historical records from the 13th century mention a castle servant whose sole job was to walk around yelling, "Wakey, wakey," well, the medieval equivalent, at the crack of dawn. Talk about a job that would make you universally hated. Medieval castles weren't exactly known for their stellar insulation. The stone walls, while great for keeping out invading armies, were basically giant refrigerators. Many castle residents slept in their clothes from the previous day, not because they were lazy, but because it was either that or wake up as a human icicle. Some clever nobles would have their servants warm their beds with special warming pans filled with hot coals, though there are plenty of amusing accounts of these going wrong. One 14th century chronicle mentions a noble who ended up with a scorched bottom because his servant got a bit too enthusiastic with the bed warming. The wool blankets, when you could get them, were about as comfortable as cuddling with a sheep that had been rolling in thorns, but they were treasured possessions nonetheless. In fact, blankets were so valuable that they often appeared in wills and dowries. Imagine being so excited about inheriting your great-aunt's itchy blanket that it was specifically mentioned in her will. The windows in medieval castle bedrooms weren't the grand glass-paned affairs we see in movies. Most were just narrow slits in the wall, designed more for shooting arrows at enemies than letting in the morning sun. This meant that on cloudy days, which, let's face it, was most days in medieval Europe, you might wake up in pitch darkness, stub your toe on your chamber pot if you were lucky enough to have one, and start your day with some choice words that would make even a hardened knight blush. After dragging yourself off that torture device they called a bed, you'd face the next medieval morning challenge, getting clean. And let me tell you, clean was a very loose term in medieval times. The first thing you'd notice was the bucket, just sitting there, menacingly, filled with water so cold it probably still had ice chunks floating in it. No hot showers, no fancy temperature controls, just you and your nemesis, the bucket. Historical records show that some of the more innovative castle designers did try to create primitive water heating systems. One particular castle in France had a series of pipes that ran near the kitchen fires. Great idea, except they were made of lead, so people had to choose between being dirty or slowly poisoned. Tough call. Then there was the soap situation. Modern archaeologists have found traces of medieval soap-making facilities, and the recipes they've uncovered are absolutely wild. The main ingredient? Wood ash mixed with animal fat. Basically, they were washing themselves with fireplace drippings. Some fancy castles used something called Castile soap, which was slightly better because it used olive oil instead of animal fat. But it was so expensive that records show one bar could cost as much as a whole sheep. Imagine spending your entire paycheck on a bar of soap. The interesting part began when nature called. Remember those narrow castle windows we talked about? Well, they served a dual purpose. Yes, they were for shooting arrows at enemies, but they also made excellent impromptu toilets. Castle architects actually had a special name for these: garderobes. Why? Because people would hang their clothes near them, believing the awful smell would keep away moths. That's right, they used the stench of their medieval bathroom to protect their Sunday best. If you weren't lucky enough to have a garderobe nearby, there was always the trusty chamber pot. These lovely vessels were usually emptied out of windows, leading to one of history's most misunderstood phrases. When people yelled, "Guard is low!" Zrania, watch out for the water, because they definitely weren't talking about water. This practice was so common that some medieval cities passed laws making it illegal to empty chamber pots without shouting a warning first. Talk about government regulation. The communal latrines were another story entirely. Most castles had these shared facilities built into their outer walls, basically holes that dropped everything directly outside. Archaeological studies of castle moats have found some pretty interesting things in these areas, and let's just say it wasn't all ancient coins and lost jewelry. Some castles could house up to 200 people, all sharing just a handful of these lovely facilities. Morning rush hour took on a whole new meaning. Privacy? That wasn't really a thing. Medieval people had a completely different concept of personal space. Historical documents show that even kings and queens would often receive morning visitors while using their fancy private toilets. It was considered an honor to be invited to the royal morning routine. Seriously, imagine being so important that people wanted to watch you use the bathroom. Speaking of royalty, they did have one advantage: personal servants to help with the morning routine. But this wasn't exactly a luxury. These poor servants had the glamorous job of helping their lords and ladies wash, dress, and yes, deal with those chamber pots. Records from one English castle show that the position of groom of the stool was actually a highly coveted role because it gave such close access to the king. The whole morning ordeal could take hours, especially for noble ladies who had to deal with complicated hairstyles and clothing. And after all that effort, you'd still probably end up smelling like a combination of wood smoke, wet dog, and whatever that mysterious medieval soap was made of that day. At least there was one thing to look forward to. Breakfast was next, though calling it breakfast might be a bit generous. The smell of fresh bread was already wafting up from the castle kitchens, mixed with something that might have been porridge, or maybe gruel, or possibly both. The concept of breakfast in a medieval castle would make modern food critics have a nervous breakdown. The first rule of castle breakfast: rank was everything. The king didn't just get the first pick, he got the first, second, and pretty much every good pick. Actual records from a 13th century English castle show that while the king enjoyed fresh bread, roasted meats, and exotic fruits, the lower-ranked castle staff got something called pottage, which was basically whatever vegetables hadn't rotted yet, boiled until they surrendered all flavor and dignity. Speaking of bread, it wasn't just for eating. The nobles used something called a trencher, a thick slice of stale bread that served as their plate. After 4 or 5 days of being used as dinnerware, these rock-hard bread plates would be given to the poor, who probably needed stronger teeth than armor to eat them. Archaeological studies of medieval teeth show more wear and tear than modern heavyweight boxers. And that's saying something. The drinking situation was particularly interesting. Water? Forget about it. Medieval castle wells were often contaminated, thanks to those lovely waste disposal methods we talked about earlier. The solution? Beer. Lots and lots of beer. Even children drank it, though it was a weaker version called small beer. Records from one castle show they went through about 8 gallons of beer per person per week. That's roughly 3,000 pints of beer a day for a medium-sized castle. The brewers were some of the most important people in the castle. Mess up the beer, and you'd have a castle full of thirsty, angry medieval people on your hands. Table manners? Well, that's a generous term for what actually happened. Forks weren't really a thing in most medieval castles. They were considered too fancy and Italian. Instead, everyone used their fingers, which led to some creative eating techniques. One medieval dining guide actually advises, don't wipe your greasy hands on your beard. The fact that they had to write this down tells you everything you need to know about medieval dining etiquette. The seating arrangement was a whole political drama. The closer you sat to the lord or lady, the more important you were. Get relegated to the far end of the table, and everyone knew you'd messed up somehow. There's a recorded incident from a 14th century castle where two knights got into a sword fight over who got to sit closer to the salt. Yes, salt was that important. It was like the medieval equivalent of having the best Wi-Fi connection. Breakfast timing was equally bizarre. The nobles usually ate around 10 or 11 in the morning, after attending morning mass and handling some basic castle business. The servants? They'd been up for hours, probably having sneaked a bite of leftover pottage between chores. One castle record complains about kitchen staff stealing food, noting that a cook was caught with 3 entire meat pies stuffed down his shirt. Can't really blame him. Medieval kitchen staff worked 14-hour days on basically empty stomachs. Food preservation was another adventure entirely. Without refrigeration, medieval castles relied on salt, smoke, and prayer to keep food edible. The castle larder, or the food storage room, was usually one of the coldest places in the castle, but that didn't stop things from going bad. Medieval recipe books often include helpful tips like, if the meat looks green, feed it to the peasants first. Nice to know they had food safety standards, right? The breakfast feast would finally wind down as the great hall filled with new smells, not all of them pleasant. Between the unwashed bodies, the smoking fire pits, and whatever animals had wandered in during the meal, the castle's unique aroma was starting to build up for the day. Let's start with the floors. Medieval castle floors weren't the nice stone surfaces you see in movies. They were covered with rushes, which were basically medieval carpet. These rushes were layers of dried grass and herbs spread across the floor. And here's the kicker. They only changed them completely once a year. Sure, they'd sprinkle fresh ones on top every few weeks, but underneath, that was a year's worth of spilled food, mud, animal droppings, and whatever else hit the floor. Medieval documents mention that the fresh herbs they scattered included lavender and meadowsweet, probably in a desperate attempt to mask the smell of what was essentially a giant compost pile under their feet. The animals added their own special touch to the castle bouquet. Dogs, cats, chickens, and sometimes even livestock would wander in and out of the great hall like they owned the place. One medieval account describes a nobleman's prize falcon deciding to relieve itself right on the dinner table, and this was apparently common enough that nobody even blinked. Archaeological evidence shows that some castle floors have layers of animal dung that built up over decades. Talk about your indoor-outdoor living space. The walls themselves were part of the problem. Stone walls in damp climates tend to sweat, creating perfect conditions for mold. Medieval castle walls were often covered in tapestries, not just for decoration, but to try to keep the damp and mold at bay. These tapestries, which rarely if ever got cleaned, became their own ecosystems of mildew, bugs, and mouse homes. One surviving castle inventory from 1380 mentions tapestries so old and rotted that they moved on their own, probably from all the critters living in them. Then there was the smoke. Every room with a fireplace contributed to the castle's indoor smog problem. The chimneys weren't exactly high-tech, and smoke just kind of went wherever it wanted. Medical records from medieval castles showed that eye problems were super common. No surprise when you're basically living in a barbecue pit. Some clever castle designers tried to fix this by building sophisticated ventilation systems, but most of these just ended up creating weird drafts that made the smoke problem even worse. The kitchen area was its own special circle of olfactory hell. Food waste, unwashed dishes, and the constant cooking created a smell that could knock a vulture off a garbage wagon. Because refrigeration didn't exist, meat was often kept until it was just this side of rotten before being cooked. They'd cover up the taste with heavy spices, which is why medieval recipes call for spice amounts that would make a modern chef faint. The kitchen waste would get tossed right outside the kitchen window, creating what one medieval writer delicately called the castle's own personal mountain of interesting aromas. But perhaps the worst offender was the garderobe system. Those castle toilets we mentioned earlier. The design feature of these toilets was that they emptied directly down the castle walls into the moat or castle ditch. In summer, this created what one medieval chronicler called a most unique defensive system. The smell was so bad that some attackers actually gave up their siege. Now that's what you call biological warfare. With all these lovely scents mixing together, it's no wonder that medieval castle dwellers were always ready for some outdoor activities. And speaking of outdoor activities, the castle's defensive training was about to begin. Medieval castles weren't just fancy stone mansions, they were the medieval equivalent of a nuclear bunker, complete with more safety features than a modern helicopter parent could dream up. The walls weren't just thick, they were, I dare you to try something, thick. Archaeological studies have shown that some castle walls were up to 20 feet thick at the base. Knights would actually train by trying to shoot arrows through special slits in these walls, which was about as easy as threading a needle while riding a horse backward. Historical records show that some archers got so good at shooting through these tiny gaps that they could hit a target the size of a dinner plate from 200 yards away. Mind you, these were the same guys who couldn't hit the castle latrine in broad daylight. Speaking of castle defenses, let's talk about murder holes. Yes, that's the actual technical term used by medieval architects. These were holes in the ceiling above entryways where defenders could drop anything from rocks to boiling oil on attackers. One castle's account books from 1312 lists 2 barrels of oil, 3 bags of quicklime, and 1 very angry beehive as defensive supplies. Apparently, someone got creative with their home security system. Everyone in the castle had a job during siege time. Even the kids were put to work, usually as messengers or water carriers. Medieval records show that some castle children got so used to siege conditions that they turned it into a game. One account mentions children playing siege by throwing rotten vegetables at each other from different castle towers. The castle staff apparently weren't too happy about cleaning up after these battles. The moat wasn't just for show either. Besides being filled with all sorts of unmentionable things, courtesy of those lovely castle toilets, moats were engineering masterpieces. Some castle moats were designed to be quickly flooded or drained using complicated water management systems. One French castle had a moat that could be filled in under an hour, which probably led to some very surprised attackers. Hold on, guys, I swear this was solid ground a minute ago. The really impressive thing is the castle's drawbridge operator. This person had one job: don't mess up. Historical documents describe several incidents where nervous operators raised the bridge too early, leaving their own soldiers stranded outside, or worse, lowered it at the wrong time. One particularly unfortunate operator in a Welsh castle accidentally trapped half a cow in the raised drawbridge. The cow wasn't hurt, but it did create what the chronicles called a very awkward afternoon for everyone involved. But the most ingenious part of castle defense was the spiral staircases. They always curved clockwise going up, giving right-handed defenders the advantage in sword fights. The steps were also made uneven on purpose, slightly different heights and depths, so that defenders who knew the stairs could run up and down easily while attackers would trip. Talk about home field advantage. One medieval chronicle actually records an entire attacking force being defeated because they fell down the stairs like a bunch of drunken geese. The defensive training wasn't just about fighting, it was about survival. Castle residents had to be ready for long sieges, sometimes lasting months. They stored food, weapons, and supplies like their lives depended on it. One castle's inventory list included emergency supplies of 500 arrows, 200 barrels of salted fish, and oddly enough, 3 juggling balls. Even in medieval times, apparently, entertainment was considered essential. The most successful castles were the ones that could outlast their attackers, which meant having enough supplies to feed everyone from the lord down to the lowest servant. After all that defensive training, medieval folks needed to blow off some steam. And boy, did they know how to party, just not in ways that would make much sense to us today. Take jousting, for instance. You'd think smashing into each other with pointy sticks while riding horses would be dangerous enough, but no, medieval people had to make it more interesting. Records show that some tournaments included novelty jousts, where knights had to compete blindfolded or riding backward. One particularly wild tournament in 1316 had knights jousting while standing in boats on a castle moat. Unsurprisingly, that trend didn't catch on. Chess was hugely popular, but it wasn't your friendly Sunday afternoon game. Medieval chess matches could get so heated that several castles had rules against playing with real weapons nearby. A chronicle from 1125 describes two knights who got into such a fierce argument over a chess match that they ended up dueling with the chessboard. The loser had to eat the king piece, which honestly seems like a fitting punishment for being a sore loser. For the common folk, wrestling was the go-to entertainment. Unlike modern wrestling with its fancy moves and dramatic storylines, medieval wrestling was more like, try not to die while showing off. Matches would happen spontaneously in the castle courtyard, and the rules were flexible, to say the least. Archaeological evidence from castle sites shows a surprisingly high number of healed broken bones, many of which historians attribute to these impromptu wrestling matches. One medieval doctor's record complains about treating 3 separate nose breaks from a single afternoon of friendly wrestling. Dice games were everywhere, despite, or maybe because of, being frequently banned. Castle gambling was so common that some medieval account books have a special section for dice-related debts. The games had amazing names too: Hazard, Cross, and Pile, and everyone's favorite, God's Dice, which was apparently supposed to make it sound more legitimate to the local priest. One castle record mentions a servant winning his master's favorite horse in a dice game, only to lose it back along with 3 months' wages in the next throw. But the real stars of medieval entertainment were the jesters. These weren't just guys in funny hats telling bad jokes. They were medieval celebrities. A good jester could get away with saying things to the Lord that would get anyone else thrown in the dungeon. They had to be part comedian, part acrobat, part musician, and part suicide mission operator, because making fun of powerful people was literally their job description. Historical records show that some jesters were paid more than the castle's military officers, which really tells you something about medieval priorities. Music was a big deal too, but not like today's concerts. Castle musicians had to earn their keep by playing pretty much non-stop. One medieval account lists a musician's daily duties as playing during meals, playing during prayers, playing during work, playing during other playing, and playing until everyone begs you to stop playing. The instruments were wild. They had something called a bladder pipe, which was exactly what it sounds like. A musical instrument made from an animal's bladder. Classy. Feasts would often include something called a subtlety, which was neither subtle nor always edible. These were elaborate food sculptures, like a pastry castle with live birds inside that would fly out when cut open, or a roasted peacock redressed in its own feathers. One castle record describes a subtlety that was a life-size knight made entirely of marzipan, riding a horse made of roasted chickens. Medieval food critics would have had a field day with that one. All this entertainment kept the castle's massive staff busy around the clock, from the servants rushing to clean up after wrestling matches to the soldiers trying to keep drunk dice players from falling off the battlements. But that was just the beginning of their daily duties. Jobs in a medieval castle made modern workplace complaints look ridiculous. The coffee machine is broken doesn't quite compare to the dragon-sized bread oven is trying to eat Thomas again. A typical castle employed anywhere from 50 to 200 people, depending on its size, and every single one of them had a job title that would look completely bizarre on a modern resume. Take the gong farmer, for example. This poor soul had the wonderful task of cleaning out the castle's toilets, but they weren't just any janitor. They were legally required to work at night, probably to spare everyone else from the smell, and were actually paid pretty well. Records show some gong farmers earned more than skilled craftsmen, which really puts a new spin on dirty jobs pay well. Kitchen workers had it rough too. The average castle kitchen went through about 6,000 calories of food per person per day compared to our modern 2,000. That meant cooking literally never stopped. Kitchen staff worked in shifts around the clock, and the head cook had the charming nickname of the Terror of Turnips in one castle's records. They also had specialized roles like the sauce maker, who did nothing but make sauces all day, and the turnbroach, usually a small boy whose only job was to turn the spit over the fire. One kitchen account mentions a turnbroach who fell asleep on duty and ended up creating the first extremely well-done roast. Guards had the most boring job until it suddenly wasn't boring at all. Most castle guards spent 99% of their time standing around looking tough and 1% of their time running for their lives. The job came with some weird requirements too. Some castles required guards to sing while on duty so everyone knew they were awake. One guard's log from 1387 records, nothing to report except Ralph's terrible singing, which might count as an attack on the castle. The most prestigious job was being a knight, but even that came with some odd duties. Knights didn't just fight, they had to maintain their equipment, train squires, and attend endless ceremonies. One knight's diary complains about spending 3 hours polishing his armor just to stand in the rain for 6 hours during a ceremony. Then there were the squires who spent years doing everything from cleaning horse stables to helping knights put on their armor, which could take up to 30 minutes and usually involved a lot of cursing. Servants had the most diverse job descriptions. You had the keeper of the wardrobe, who didn't just handle clothes but was actually more like a medieval accountant, the chamber pot carrier. And let's not forget the wake-up person whose job was literally to make sure everyone got up on time. A medieval alarm clock meets professional annoyance. But perhaps the weirdest job title belonged to the guardrobe cleaner's assistant's apprentice. Yes, that was a real position. This poor soul was training to help the person who helped clean the castle toilets. Talk about career planning. Historical records show this position was often given as punishment, which really makes you wonder what the original offense was. The castle blacksmith had one of the most crucial jobs, fixing everything from knight swords to the cook's pots. One blacksmith's log includes repairs for 1 helmet dented in practice, 2 swords bent in anger, and 3 spoons mangled by the new kitchen boy. They also had to deal with endless requests for custom work. A 14th century blacksmith's complaint reads, "Lord wants dragon-shaped door handles." Again, dragons don't even exist, but try telling him that. All this work happened under the watchful eye of the castle's true boss, the lady of the castle, whose job made modern CEO positions look like a walk in the park. Running a medieval castle was basically like managing a small city, a military base, and a farm all rolled into one. And the person in charge of this chaos wasn't always who you'd expect. While the lord was off doing lordly things, usually involving hitting other lords with pointy objects, the lady of the castle was the real MVP of medieval management. First off, these ladies were hardcore accountants. Medieval records show castle ladies keeping books that would make modern CPAs break into a cold sweat. One surviving account book from a 13th century castle lists everything from how many eggs the chickens laid to how many arrows the archers wasted shooting at birds instead of targets. There's even a note in the margins reading, "Note to self, stop paying archers when drunk. Terrible aim." The food management alone was enough to give anyone gray hair. Ladies had to plan meals months in advance, making sure there was enough food stored for potential sieges. One castle's records show the lady ordered 2,000 salted fish, 500 chickens, and enough grain for bread to feed 200 people for 6 months, all while dealing with medieval merchants who probably thought expiration date meant whenever it stops moving. They were also medieval HR managers, solving disputes between castle staff that sound ridiculous today. One actual complaint record reads, "Cook refuses to work with John the baker because John's bread is so hard it can be used as castle defense." Another gem, 2 maids fighting over who has to clean the jester's hat after he fell in the moat trying to juggle fish. But these ladies weren't just pushing papers around. When their husbands were away, which was pretty often, medieval lords loved a good crusade or war. They became temporary military commanders. Historical records show numerous cases of castle ladies leading successful defenses during sieges. One particularly awesome lady in 1150 held off a siege for months by using empty wine barrels to make it look like she had more soldiers than she actually did. Talk about creative problem solving. They were also responsible for running the castle's healthcare system, such as it was. Most ladies kept gardens full of medicinal herbs and had to know which plants could cure a headache and which ones might accidentally poison the entire castle. One medical record shows a lady's note. "Reminder, the red berries are for healing, the purple ones are for getting rid of unwanted guests." Medieval diplomatic solutions were interesting. The lady's job included being a teacher too. She was responsible for educating not just her own children, but also the children of other nobles sent to the castle as part of their training. One teaching record includes a frustrated note. "Tried to teach young Lord William proper table manners. He still insists on using his sword to cut cheese. At least he stopped trying to juggle the bread rolls." Perhaps the most impressive part was managing the castle's finances. Ladies handled budgets that would make modern business owners sweat. They had to balance everything from paying the guards to buying new tapestries because medieval interior decorating was apparently very important. One account book shows a lady managing to save enough money to build a new tower while her husband was away blowing the castle's gold on a new suit of armor with extra shiny buttons. But even with all their management skills, sometimes these medieval boss ladies needed a break, usually when someone got sick or injured and needed to see the castle's resident medical expert. Although considering medieval medical practices, maybe expert isn't quite the right word. Headaches in medieval times weren't just annoying, they were an excuse for doctors to suggest the wildest treatments known to human history. Got a migraine? Here's some powdered emerald mixed with crushed rose petals. Can't afford emeralds? No problem. How about some powdered human skull instead? Yes, that was a real treatment. Medieval medical records show that skull powder was considered such a valuable remedy that some castles kept special cupboards just for storing their collection of therapeutic skulls. These castle doctors, or physicians as they like to be called, probably to sound fancier than guy who thinks everything can be cured by bleeding, had some pretty interesting ideas about medicine. Their medical textbooks read like a medieval version of a horror cookbook. One actual treatment for fever involved shaving a chicken's bottom, strapping it to the patient's head, and waiting until the chicken looked sick. Because obviously the chicken was supposed to absorb the fever, surprisingly, this treatment didn't make it into modern medicine. Surgery was a whole other level of medieval fun. Anesthesia wasn't really a thing yet, so the best you could hope for was getting really drunk before the procedure. Castle surgical records show that the average medieval operation took about 30 minutes, which was probably 29 minutes longer than any patient wanted to be awake for it. The surgical tools looked like they were borrowed from the castle torturer's toolkit, which, in some cases, they actually were. Bloodletting was everyone's favorite go-to treatment. Having a bad day? Let's drain some blood. Feeling too happy? Probably too much blood. Medieval doctors believed that nearly everything could be fixed by draining some blood out of you. One castle medical record shows a doctor prescribing bloodletting for a knight who was too enthusiastic about jousting. The treatment apparently worked. It's hard to be enthusiastic about anything when you're dizzy from blood loss. The medicine cabinet in a medieval castle would make modern pharmacists faint. Instead of properly tested drugs, you had things like dragon's blood, unicorn horn, and mummy powder, exactly what it sounds like. Ground up mummies imported from Egypt. One castle inventory lists 3 unicorn horns, 5 dragon hearts, probably lizards, and 1 mermaid scale. Suspicious fish remains. Dental care was particularly creative. Got a toothache? The medieval dentist, usually the same guy who cut people's hair, had 2 solutions: pulling the tooth out or filling it with lead. Yes, lead. Because apparently medieval people didn't have enough problems without adding lead poisoning to the mix. One castle record mentions a knight who had all his teeth pulled out before a battle because he didn't want to worry about toothaches during fighting. That's one way to solve the problem. The most surprising thing about medieval medicine was that sometimes it actually worked, though probably not for the reasons they thought. That herb-filled poultice they put on wounds? Some of those herbs contain natural antibiotics. Those disgusting concoctions they made people drink, the alcohol they mixed everything with, probably killed some bacteria. One castle doctor's record proudly notes that his special cure-all mixture made from wine, honey, and various herbs fixed everything from headaches to battle wounds. The wine and honey probably did have antiseptic properties, even if he thought it was working because he stirred it 3 times under a full moon. As night began to fall on the castle, even the doctors had to pack up their terrifying tools. But darkness brought its own special kind of medieval entertainment, ghost stories that would make modern horror movies look tame. Medieval castle knights made modern horror movies look like children's cartoons. Once the sun went down, these stone fortresses transformed into a world of shadows, creaks, and stories that would give anyone goosebumps. The fact that most people couldn't afford candles that cost about a day's wages each meant that darkness ruled supreme. Even nobles had to be careful with their candle usage. One castle's expense records show they spent more on candles in a month than they did on bread for the entire household. Walking through a castle at night was like playing a very dangerous game of guess what you just bumped into. Guards carried torches, but these created more shadows than light, making every corner look like it was hiding something scary. One castle guard's log from 1342 records mistook Lord Geoffrey's new armor for a demon. May have screamed, Lord Geoffrey is not amused by sword damage to his expensive armor, must now work extra shifts to pay for repairs. Ghost stories weren't just entertainment. Medieval people took them super seriously. According to castle records, some places had official ghost protocols. One castle actually had a rule that if you saw a ghost, you had to fill out a report describing what it was wearing. Apparently, medieval ghosts were very fashion conscious. These reports still exist, and they're hilarious. One guard wrote, "Ghost spotted in North Tower, wearing last season's tunic. Very disappointing. Suggested to the ghost that they update their wardrobe. The ghost seemed offended and disappeared in a huff." The night watch had the creepiest job in the castle. These poor souls had to patrol the darkest corners, usually alone, armed with nothing but a torch and their imagination. Castle records show that night watchmen were paid extra if they had to patrol certain areas known for unusual activities. One watch captain's log notes, "Extra pay requested for patrolling the East Wing." Reason: the suits of armor keep rearranging themselves. Also, pretty sure the tapestries are watching us. Extra pay requested for dealing with judgmental tapestries. Every castle worth its salt had at least one definitely real ghost story. Historical records show some doozies. There's the tale of the cooking ghost from a castle in Wales who supposedly made terrible-smelling stews at midnight. Turns out it was just the night guards trying to make snacks and burning everything. Another castle reported a haunted library where books would mysteriously move at night. The culprit? Rats with a surprising taste for literature, particularly fond of cheese-making manuals, according to the very confused librarian. But it wasn't just ghosts that medieval people worried about. They had a whole catalog of nighttime creatures to fear. Castle bestiary books, medieval monster manuals, listed things like night crawlers, which are probably bats, wall demons, most likely to be mice, and shadow lurkers, almost certainly the castle cats hunting the aforementioned mice. One castle steward wrote an angry note about spending money on holy water to ward off demons, only to discover it was just the new stable boy sneaking midnight snacks. The holy water was repurposed for blessing the kitchen to prevent future midnight feast hauntings. The castle's stone walls didn't help matters. They'd contract in the cold night air, creating all sorts of weird noises. Medieval people came up with fantastic explanations for these sounds. One chronicle explains that the groaning of cooling stones was actually the castle digesting its daily activities. Another suggests that the whistling wind through arrow slits was the castle singing itself to sleep. Medieval poetry about castle nights is unintentionally hilarious. One poet wrote an entire verse about a ghost that turned out to be a particularly vocal owl stuck in a chimney. The poem was apparently quite popular until someone finally removed the owl. Even the most hardened knights weren't immune to nighttime scares. One knight's diary contains a lengthy explanation of why he attacked a demon in the Great Hall, only to discover it was his own reflection in a highly polished shield. He apparently spent the next week avoiding both shields and the castle's very amused jester who wouldn't stop reenacting the incident. The jester later composed a ballad about it, which unfortunately for the knight became a castle favorite. As spooky as the nights were, at least most people got to stay inside the castle. The real horror show was down in the dungeons where things got a whole lot worse than just bumping into furniture in the dark. Medieval dungeons weren't exactly the Hollywood version with wall-to-wall torture devices and chains hanging everywhere. In fact, most castle dungeons were more like really uncomfortable timeout corners. Archaeological studies have found that the average castle dungeon was about the size of a modern bathroom, though with considerably worse plumbing and definitely no shower. Temperature readings taken from preserved castle dungeons show they stayed at a constant 50 to 55 degrees Fahrenheit year-round, which meant prisoners were perpetually cold, but probably had better food storage than the castle kitchen. Most criminals never saw the inside of a dungeon because medieval justice was surprisingly practical. Why feed and house a criminal when you could just fine them instead? Castle court records show some hilarious medieval punishments. John the baker fined 2 chickens for insulting the lord's new hat. Another gem. Thomas the merchant must provide 3 wheels of cheese to the castle for pretending his donkey was a war horse and trying to sell it to knights. One particularly creative judgment required a man who spread gossip to stand in the town square wearing a sheep's bell so people could hear him coming and avoid his nonsense. But if you did end up in the dungeon, you'd better hope you had friends in high places. Prisoners were expected to pay for their own food and accommodation. Medieval prisons were basically the world's worst hotels. One castle's prisoner log shows a noble complaining about his dungeon bill. 7 silver pieces for rat removal? The rats are still here. I demand a refund. The jailer's response, rats have now been promoted to room companions. No refund. Another entry shows a prisoner trying to negotiate a group discount because he convinced so many rats to live in his cell. The really fancy castles had different levels of dungeon accommodation. Think of the medieval prison class system. The ground floor cells were the premium spots with actual windows and sometimes even furniture. Historical records from one castle describe these as suitable for nobles who have temporarily forgotten their manners. The basement levels were economy class, dark, damp, and with complimentary rat roommates. One jailer's log notes, moved Lord Edmund to the lower cell after he kept complaining about the view. Now, he has no view to complain about. He has since written 3 poems about how much he misses the view. Consider this a successful attitude adjustment. Nobles who ended up in dungeons often got special treatment, though special is relative when you're still in a hole in the ground. Castle records show some nobility brought their own servants to jail with them. One particularly picky duke apparently insisted on having his food taster in prison with him, because obviously prison food poisoning was his biggest concern. The food taster reportedly quit after a week, claiming that testing dungeon gruel was not part of his original job description. The most common dungeon residents weren't hardened criminals, but debtors. Medieval account books show people getting locked up for owing as little as the cost of a good cheese. One castle record mentions a man who spent 3 weeks in the dungeon for failing to pay for a haircut. The barber apparently visited him weekly in prison to remind him about the debt and offer another haircut at a special prisoner's discount. The prisoner eventually paid his debt with money he earned giving haircuts to other prisoners, which the barber found less than amusing. Escape attempts were surprisingly rare, not because the security was great, but because most prisoners were local. Where would they go? Medieval communities were small, and everyone knew everyone else. One failed escape attempt record reads, prisoner John attempted to flee disguised as a washerwoman. Plan failed when his mother recognized him and dragged him back by his ear. Another prisoner tried tunneling out but got lost in the castle walls and ended up breaking into the kitchen pantry instead. The guards found him because he stopped to snack on some honey before continuing his escape. The dungeon keeper's job was more like a badly paid hotel manager than a scary jailer. Their daily logs are full of complaints about prisoner requests. Jeffrey wants a softer pillow, William complains about the draft, and the merchant in cell 3 keeps trying to sell real estate to the other prisoners. One keeper wrote, requested transfer to guard duty. Fighting off invading armies would be less stressful than dealing with Lord Percy's daily demands for fresh straw. He has now started a petition among the rats for better living conditions. The most bizarre dungeon record comes from a castle in France, where a prisoner apparently started a successful business giving tours of his cell to visitors. The castle actually had to create rules about prisoners not being allowed to charge admission to their own incarceration. The entrepreneurial prisoner's response? He started selling souvenir rocks from his cell wall instead. By the time he was released, he'd apparently made enough money to buy a small house, though the castle wall had developed a concerning lean. Despite all these oddities, dungeons were still pretty miserable places. The damp, cold conditions made even the toughest prisoners wish they'd just paid their cheese debts on time. Most folks would do anything to avoid ending up in one, including actually following the castle rules, which kind of makes you wonder if that was the whole point all along. And as day began to dawn in the castle, both the free and imprisoned residents would start stirring, ready to begin another day of medieval mayhem all over again. From the highest tower to the deepest dungeon cell, the daily routine would start anew. Medieval peasants are often seen as poor and struggling all the time. But is that the full story? Before you decide, it helps to take a closer look at what their lives were really like, beyond the usual stories everyone knows. When we think of medieval peasants, we often picture starving people eating dirt and bugs to survive. But the truth is a bit different. Their meals weren't fancy 5-course dinners, but they weren't constantly on the edge of starvation either. The daily diet of a medieval peasant centered around bread, lots and lots of bread. Unlike our fluffy white supermarket loaves, peasant bread was dark, dense, and made from whatever grains grew locally. Rye and barley were common, with wheat reserved for the wealthy. A typical peasant might eat 1 to 2 pounds of bread every single day. That's like eating an entire modern loaf by yourself. Porridge was another staple, cheap, filling, and easy to make. Just throw some oats or barley into a pot with water, and you've got yourself a meal. Beans, peas, onions, garlic, and turnips rounded out the daily fare. These vegetables were usually grown in small garden plots right next to the peasant's home. Would you like some meat with your bread? Sorry, we're fresh out. How about some more bread instead? This joke would have made perfect sense to a medieval peasant. Meat was special, not an everyday thing. Most peasants might enjoy meat only during feast days or special occasions, perhaps 40 to 50 days a year if they were lucky. Pork was the most common, as pigs were relatively easy to raise on scraps and forage in nearby woods. Fresh fish was available to those who lived near rivers or the coast. But for inland peasants, salted herring became a crucial protein source, especially during Lent when church rules forbade meat. One interesting food fact: eggs were more accessible than meat, providing crucial protein when meat wasn't available. Now, about drinks, water wasn't always trusted, and for good reason. It could make you sick. Instead, ale was the everyday drink for everyone, including children. Records from medieval England show that an adult male laborer could drink up to a gallon of ale daily. Before you picture drunk peasants stumbling around fields, know that medieval ale was weaker than modern beer. Though still, those farming fields with a slight buzz might explain some of the crooked rows. Preparing medieval meals was no quick drive-through experience. A peasant woman, because cooking was almost always women's work, might spend hours each day just making bread. First grinding grain by hand, mixing dough, letting it rise, then baking in a communal oven or under hot ashes at home. Compare that to our 2-minute microwave meals. During good harvest years, this diet provided enough calories to sustain hard physical labor, but one bad harvest could change everything. Crop failures due to weather or war meant serious hunger. Food security was always uncertain. Medieval accounts describe desperate measures during famines, grinding tree bark into flour or boiling leather to make soup. Seasons dramatically affected what was available. Late winter and early spring, known as the Hungry Gap, were especially tough when stored food was running low and new crops weren't ready. Fall, right after harvest, brought relative abundance. One medieval festival tradition involved baking extraordinarily large loaves of bread after the grain harvest, some reportedly weighing over 40 pounds. The foods that filled peasant bellies sustained them through harsh times and grueling work. While their bread-heavy meals might seem boring to our modern tastes, this simple diet was the foundation that kept medieval life going. But food was only one part of daily survival. Let's talk about medieval peasant homes. They weren't exactly featured in Better Homes and Gardens. A typical peasant house was tiny by today's standards, usually just 1 or 2 rooms where an entire family lived together. These weren't spacious open-concept layouts with walk-in closets and ensuite bathrooms. The basic structure started with a wooden frame made from whatever trees grew nearby. Pine, oak, elm, anything that could be cut down and shaped would do. Next came the walls, which were mostly wattle and daub, a fancy term for sticks woven together like a basket, then covered with mud mixed with straw, dung, and clay. This mixture dried hard and provided decent insulation against cold winds. Floors, nothing but hard-packed earth. Wall-to-wall carpeting meant scattered rushes or straw that caught all manner of dirt, crumbs, and little presents from the family dog. These floor coverings were changed only a few times a year, creating what must have been quite the aromatic experience. For the roof, bundles of straw, reeds, or whatever waterproof plant material was available were layered and tied together. A well-made thatch roof could last 20 years if maintained properly, but it also made a cozy home for mice, bugs, and birds. The peak of the roof often had a hole to let smoke escape from the fire below. Speaking of fire, heating and cooking happened around an open hearth right in the middle of the main room. No chimneys existed in most peasant homes until the late Middle Ages. Smoke would fill the upper part of the house before finding its way out through the roof hole or just seeping through the thatch. Windows were rare luxuries. Most homes had just small openings that might be covered with oiled paper, cloth, or wooden shutters during bad weather. Glass windows, those were for churches and rich folks. Medieval peasants could truthfully say they didn't need fancy curtains because they barely had walls. In winter, things got even more crowded when animals were brought inside. Cows, goats, chickens, and pigs might share the space with humans. This wasn't because medieval peasants were especially fond of their livestock, it was simply practical. Animals generated body heat, keeping the house warmer, and it also prevented valuable animals from freezing to death or being stolen. Privacy didn't exist in these homes. Entire families slept in one room, often sharing a single large bed filled with straw. Children might sleep at the foot of their parents' bed or on the floor nearby. Bedbugs, fleas, and lice were unwelcome but ever-present roommates. A fascinating fact. Studies of preserved medieval homes show that the average peasant dwelling in England was about 400 square feet. That's smaller than many modern studio apartments. A family of 5 to 8 people might live in this space together. Storage space was creative and limited. Ropes stretched across rafters held drying herbs and meat. Baskets hung from walls contained essential tools. Every inch of space needed a purpose, and nothing was wasted. These humble dwellings kept peasants mostly sheltered from weather and wild animals, but they were constantly in need of repair. After shelter and food came another daily concern. Money talks, even in medieval times. But how much did a hard day's work actually pay for a peasant? Let's break down the medieval economy in terms we can all understand. Most peasants worked the land. From sunrise to sunset, they plowed fields, planted crops, harvested grain, and tended to animals. The work was backbreaking and constant, with different tasks depending on the season. Spring meant plowing and planting. Summer brought weeding and maintenance. Fall was harvest time. Winter involved repairs, spinning wool, and other indoor tasks. For those who weren't tied to farming, other job options existed. Skilled trades like blacksmithing, carpentry, tanning, and weaving offered alternatives. Women often worked as brewers, bakers, or spinners alongside their household duties. Children as young as 7 started working, usually helping their parents or serving as apprentices. Now, for the big question, what did they earn? A typical unskilled laborer in England around the 1300s might make 1 or 2 pennies per day. Skilled workers earned more. Carpenters and blacksmiths could command 3 to 4 pennies daily. For context, a single penny then had much more purchasing power than our modern coins. What could a medieval penny buy? A decent loaf of bread cost about half a penny. A chicken would set you back 2 pennies. A gallon of that everyday ale went for roughly 1 penny. Cloth for a simple shirt might cost 3 or 4 pennies. Medieval budget advisors would have had a simple tip sheet. Monday, buy bread. Tuesday through Sunday, good luck. Most peasants lived close to the edge financially. One bad harvest or unexpected expense could push a family into debt or worse. Paying for things worked differently back then. Actual coins were used less frequently than you might expect. Instead, many workers received payment in goods like food, housing, or the right to use land. A blacksmith might fix a farmer's plow in exchange for grain. A laborer might work extra days for the lord of the manor to pay rent on his small cottage. The concept of wages as we know them was still developing. Many peasants were serfs, legally bound to the land they worked. They didn't receive salaries, but instead kept a portion of what they produced after giving the required amount to their lord. This system, called manorialism, meant your economic situation was largely determined by birth. Records from medieval England give us fascinating details about pay rates. After the Black Death killed nearly half the population in the mid-1300s, surviving laborers suddenly found themselves in high demand. Wages increased dramatically, in some cases doubling or tripling. This labor shortage alarmed authorities so much that England's King Edward III issued the Statute of Laborers in 1351, attempting to freeze wages at pre-plague levels. Like many minimum wage laws through history, workers found creative ways around these restrictions faster than you can say under-the-table payment. Court records show frequent fines for workers who demanded higher pay than legally allowed. One mason in Oxford was caught accepting excessive wages of 5 pennies daily plus meals, a medieval version of salary plus benefits. While their homes offered basic shelter and their diets provided just enough nutrition, medieval peasants' wages gave them little opportunity to improve their situation. Yet surviving on these meager earnings was just one of many challenges they faced in their daily lives. There was more to medieval peasant existence than just working all day and counting pennies at night. Hard as it may be to believe, medieval peasants weren't working every single hour of their lives. They actually had days off, and more of them than you might expect. No, they weren't spending their free time scrolling through Ye Old Book or playing angry peasants on their stone tablets. The medieval work calendar revolved around religion. Sundays were mandatory rest days according to church law. Working on the Lord's Day could get you in serious trouble with both heavenly and earthly authorities. This weekly break gave peasants a day to attend church, rest their bodies, and spend time with family. But Sundays were just the beginning. The medieval calendar was packed with religious holidays and saints' days, somewhere between 40 and 50 days per year when work was forbidden. Add these to Sundays, and medieval peasants enjoyed roughly one day off for every 3 they worked. Major religious festivals like Christmas and Easter stretched across multiple days. For example, the Christmas celebration lasted 12 days, from December 25th to January 6th. During these periods, much regular work stopped completely. What did peasants do with this free time? For starters, they drank. A lot. Village alehouses served as the medieval equivalent of community centers where people gathered to gossip, sing, play games, and yes, consume impressive amounts of ale. Medieval drinking songs were probably the original karaoke, just as loud and just as off-key, but with more verses about farming. Physical games were incredibly popular. Medieval football looked nothing like modern soccer. It was a chaotic free-for-all where entire villages competed to move a ball from one landmark to another. Think of it as soccer meets rugby meets a tavern brawl, minus the yellow cards, but with extra bruises. With no referee and very few rules, these matches often ended with broken bones and bloody noses. Authorities repeatedly tried to ban these games because they were too violent and distracted people from archery practice, which was actually useful for national defense. Wrestling matches drew crowds of spectators. Strong young men would grapple and throw each other to prove their strength and win small prizes or just bragging rights. Records show that accidental deaths during these wrestling matches weren't uncommon. For less violent entertainment, peasants enjoyed music and dancing. Professional traveling musicians were rare treats, but many villages had talented locals who played pipes, drums, or stringed instruments. Simple circle dances would break out at festivals, with everyone from children to grandparents joining in. Storytelling filled winter evenings. With no television or internet, oral traditions thrived. Tales of heroes, saints, monsters, and magic passed down through generations. The medieval version of Netflix was just Grandpa by the fire, telling the same dragon story for the 100th time. And nobody could skip to the next episode. These weren't just entertainment. They preserved cultural values and practical knowledge. A fascinating fact, church records show complaints about peasants skipping Mass to attend plays or games, suggesting that even with limited options, medieval people still found ways to avoid boring obligations in favor of fun. Seasonal activities dotted the calendar. Spring brought maypole dances, where villagers wrapped a tall pole with ribbons while dancing in circles. Midsummer celebrations featured bonfires that people would jump over for good luck. Harvest festivals included competitions for the best crops and feasts where everyone contributed food. While modern historians once believed medieval peasants lived lives of unrelenting misery, evidence from court records, church complaints, and archaeological findings tell a different story. These people worked incredibly hard, but they also played hard during their time off. These moments of rest and celebration helped peasants cope with the harsh realities of medieval life. The ability to occasionally step away from work, share joy with neighbors, and forget their troubles for a moment was crucial. Of course, when the festivities ended, they returned to a world filled with other daily challenges that require different kinds of strength to overcome. When we picture medieval peasants, we often imagine filthy people who never bathed. Movies show them with blackened teeth and covered in muck. But is that really accurate? The answer might surprise you. First off, medieval people did bathe. Public bathhouses were common in towns until the late Middle Ages. People understood that cleaning themselves felt good and helped prevent certain illnesses. Many households had wooden tubs they'd fill with heated water for washing. During summer, streams and rivers served as natural bathing spots. Sir, your bath is ready. We've warmed the water to a perfect temperature of whatever temperature water happens to be when you carry it from the, well, bath time wasn't as convenient as turning on a faucet, but it existed. The idea that medieval folks avoided water completely is simply wrong. What about dental hygiene? Toothbrushes, as we know them, didn't exist, but people still cleaned their teeth. They'd rub them with rough cloth, sometimes using mixtures of herbs, salt, or even crushed charcoal as an early form of toothpaste. Mouthwashes made from herbs like sage and mint helped freshen breath. These methods weren't perfect, but they weren't nothing either. That said, health problems were abundant. Without modern medicine, even minor injuries could become deadly if infected. A simple cut while working in the fields might lead to blood poisoning. Broken bones, if not set properly, could cause lifelong disability. Disease was the greatest threat. The Black Death famously killed between 30 to 60% of Europe's population in the mid-1300s. But everyday illnesses took even more lives over time. Influenza, typhoid, dysentery, and tuberculosis spread quickly in crowded living conditions. Childbirth was especially dangerous. Many women died during delivery or from infections afterward. This partly explains why medieval women often had many pregnancies. Sadly, not all children survived to adulthood. Records from English villages show that for every 5 children born, only 2 or 3 might reach age 10. Medical treatment was a mix of practical knowledge and what we'd call superstition today. Got a headache? Your local healer might suggest a mix of willow bark tea, which contains natural aspirin, and wearing a special stone around your neck, which contains zero medicine whatsoever. Surprisingly, some medieval surgeons were quite skilled. They could set bones, remove bladder stones, and even perform basic eye surgery for cataracts. Most operations happened without anesthesia, though alcohol or opium sometimes dulled the pain. One common misconception involves medieval life expectancy. We often hear that people only live to be 30 or 40 years old. This is technically true, but misleading. The average was dragged down by extremely high infant and child mortality. If you survived childhood, you had a decent chance of seeing 50 or 60 years, not so different from more recent history before modern medicine. Evidence from cemetery excavations shows many medieval peasants suffered from arthritis, likely from years of hard physical labor. Dental problems were common too, though not primarily from lack of cleaning. Coarse bread wore down teeth, and without dental care, any damage was permanent. The harsh realities of disease, injury, and limited medical knowledge meant medieval peasants faced health challenges at every turn. Yet even with these struggles, they still had to deal with another constant pressure in their lives. You think your taxes are bad? Let's talk about medieval money troubles. The medieval tax system wasn't just complicated, it was designed to extract as much as possible from those who had the least to give. Peasants lived under a constant rain of financial demands. First came rent to their lords. Most peasants didn't own their land outright. Instead, they held it from a noble lord and paid for that privilege, usually with a combination of money, crops, and labor. This wasn't a simple monthly payment. The amount could change based on harvests, the lord's needs, or simply because the lord said so. Next came the church tithe, a mandatory 10% of everything a peasant produced. That's right, 1/10 of all crops, animals, and products went straight to the church. And this wasn't optional or tax deductible. Church representatives would actually come to inspect your harvest to make sure you weren't holding back. Good news! The church only wants 10% of your crops. The bad news? Your lord wants the other 90%. This wasn't far from the truth for many medieval peasants. Random fees popped up constantly throughout a peasant's life. Need to use the lord's mill to grind your grain? That'll cost you. Want to marry? There's a fee for that. Did someone in your family die? Time to pay the Harriet, a death tax where the lord took your best animal or tool. The most unusual fees came from strange medieval customs. For example, in some places, peasants had to pay a merchet when their daughters married, essentially compensating the lord for the loss of a worker. In other areas, lords had the right of first dibs on anything a peasant wanted to sell. What happens if you can't pay? The consequences were harsh. You might lose your land rights, be forced into extra labor, or even face imprisonment. Debt wasn't seen as an unfortunate circumstance, but as a moral failing and crime. Medieval records tell tales of creative payment methods when coins were scarce. One Yorkshire peasant paid his taxes with a bundle of arrows he had crafted. A family in Normandy settled their debt with their lord by providing him with a large cheese every autumn for 7 years. The total tax burden could be crushing. Studies of medieval English manners suggest peasants might surrender 20 to 30% of everything they produced through various payments. This doesn't sound drastically different from modern tax rates until you remember that medieval peasants were already living at subsistence level. Every egg taken in tax was an egg not feeding their children. Medieval tax collectors were the original inspiration for horror stories. Look out, here comes the Lord Steward, was scarier than any ghost tale. Seasonal payments created another layer of stress. Most fees came due after harvest when peasants had crops to sell or trade. A poor harvest meant impossible choices between paying taxes or feeding your family. Court records reveal that peasants developed sophisticated strategies for managing these financial pressures. Some formed informal lending networks within villages. Others specialized in craft production they could sell for coins. Many simply negotiated payment plans or begged for mercy from their lords. The financial pressure cooker of medieval peasant life shaped every decision, from what crops to plant to how many children to have. Yet through all these hardships, medieval peasants found ways to survive and occasionally thrive, creating communities and traditions that would last for centuries, leaving a legacy that still influences our world today. Why did medieval people drink so much booze? There was more to it than just having a good time, because for them, alcohol wasn't a luxury. It was a necessity, shaping their daily lives in ways you wouldn't expect. And it all starts with something we take for granted today. Drinking water in medieval times was like rolling the dice with death. Wells, rivers, and ponds weren't just water sources, they were deadly cocktails of bacteria, human waste, and floating surprises no one wanted to identify. Medieval cities treated their waterways as all-in-one sewage systems, garbage disposals, and community bathtubs. The Thames in London became so foul by the 1300s that one chronicler described it as a concoction of all manner of filth. Medieval speak for don't drink this unless you want to meet your maker. Disease outbreaks were the predictable result. Dysentery, nicknamed the Bloody Flux for obvious reasons, was practically a medieval rite of passage. Cholera swept through towns with terrifying regularity. Intestinal parasites became unwelcome houseguests that never left. A single cup of contaminated water could leave you bedridden for weeks or send you to an early grave. Medieval doctors had a simple diagnostic method. If you drank from the town well yesterday and can't stop visiting the privy today, congratulations. You've joined the ranks of water drinkers who learned their lesson the hard way. Even nobles weren't safe from water's dangers. Castle designers brilliantly positioned wells downhill from latrines, giving royalty the privilege of drinking water naturally filtered through their own waste. Nothing says, "I'm important," like dysentery with a crown. These architectural failures meant that wealth provided no immunity from waterborne illness. Enter alcohol, medieval society's accidental health innovation. The brewing process killed bacteria through boiling and fermentation. People didn't understand the science, but they understood the results. Drink water, spend days on the privy, drink beer, stay alive. As one medieval saying put it, water makes you sick, but wine makes you well. This wasn't superstition. It was an accidental genius that saved countless lives. Boiling water would have worked too, but who had time for that? Gathering firewood just to make water safe would be like charging your phone with a hamster wheel. Technically possible, but wildly impractical. Beer was pre-sterilized and ready to drink. The alcohol content, even at just 1 to 3%, was enough to kill most harmful pathogens that would otherwise cause serious illness. In many towns, clean water actually cost more than weak beer. Water carriers would sell buckets from cleaner sources at premium prices, while small beer was affordable to almost everyone. A gallon of everyday ale cost about the same as a loaf of bread, around half a penny. For peasants earning 1 or 2 pennies daily, this was affordable medicine disguised as a daily beverage. Medieval drinking options were surprisingly diverse. Beer was the everyday drink, thick, cloudy, and nutritious. Think of it as liquid bread with benefits. Children drank weaker, small beer instead of juice boxes. Every village had its alewives, women who brewed at home and sold the excess, medieval history's first craft beer entrepreneurs. These women had the original work-from-home brewing operation, except instead of posting updates on social media, they'd hang an ale stake outside their door when a fresh batch was ready, the medieval equivalent of the open sign, but for alcohol. Wine dominated southern Europe, where grapes grew easily. In France, Italy, and Spain, even peasants drank local wine regularly. Northern Europeans considered it a luxury import. The poorest made do with piquette, watery grapeskin juice that was essentially medieval wine coolers minus the neon colors and regrettable decisions. Mead, a honey-based alcohol, remained popular especially in northern regions. It was usually stronger than beer, with an alcohol content closer to today's wines. One Anglo-Saxon poem claimed, "Mead warms the heart and loosens the tongue." And more importantly, it wouldn't give you deadly dysentery. For medieval people, drinking wasn't just about getting tipsy, it was about staying alive in a world where water could kill you. Medieval taverns didn't feature cocktail menus or imported beer taps, but they offered a surprising variety of alcoholic options. Their drink menu might have been limited by today's standards, but what it lacked in variety, it made up for in creative uses of whatever could possibly be fermented. Beer stood as the undisputed champion of medieval drinks. Unlike today's clear, fizzy beverages, medieval beer was thick, cloudy, and nutritionally dense. This mixture was then boiled with herbs for flavoring before fermentation. Early medieval beer lacked hops, the bittering agent we associate with modern beers. Instead, brewers used a mixture of herbs called gruit, which could include anything from heather and bog myrtle to yarrow and sweet gale. These herb mixtures varied by region and season, creating distinctive local flavors. By the 13th century, German brewers began using hops, which gradually spread throughout Europe. Hops not only added flavor, but also preserved the beer longer, allowing for larger production batches. Imagine a world where beer was actually healthier than water. The medieval dream that modern frat boys are still trying to convince their parents is true. The alcohol content in everyday beer remains surprisingly low, usually between 1 and 3%. This modest strength allowed people to drink throughout the day without becoming intoxicated. A medieval farmer might consume 2 to 3 quarts daily, yet still perform precision work with scythes and other dangerous tools. Records from medieval monasteries show that monks received a standard daily allowance of 1 gallon of beer, consumed throughout the day between prayers and labor. Monks weren't just praying to reach heaven, they were brewing their way there 1 gallon at a time. Ale, technically beer's close cousin, dominated much of northern Europe during the early medieval period. The difference between ale and beer comes down to one ingredient: hops. Ale was brewed without hops, using only the gruit herb mixture for flavoring. Without the preservative qualities of hops, ale spoiled quickly, usually within a few days. This necessitated constant local production, turning brewing into a common household activity. Medieval ale had the shelf life of unrefrigerated fish, which meant brewing wasn't just a hobby, it was a near-daily necessity. Women dominated early medieval brewing. These alewives brewed at home and sold their excess production, creating a crucial income stream for many households. Town records from 13th century England show that women made up over 75% of licensed brewers. When an alewife had beer to sell, she would place an ale stake outside her door, a pole with a bush tied to it, the medieval equivalent of a neon open sign. It was probably the world's first drive-through, except the horses weren't driving, and there was no window service, and you had to bring your own cup. So not really like a drive-through at all. By the 15th century, commercial brewing gradually shifted to male-dominated guilds as production scaled up, pushing women to the margins of what had traditionally been their industry. Men basically waited until brewing became profitable, then swooped in and took over, proving that the corporate glass ceiling was invented long before corporate glass windows. Wine flowed freely in southern Europe, where the climate favored grape cultivation. In regions like France, Italy, and Spain, even peasants drank local wine regularly as part of their daily diet. Archaeological evidence from rural French settlements shows that even modest households owned wine barrels and cups. Northern Europeans considered wine a luxury, with imported bottles costing up to 10 times more than local ale. Wine was the status symbol of its day. Medieval influencers weren't posting photos of their chalices on Instagram, but they were definitely making sure everyone at the feast noticed their imported Bordeaux. Wine quality varied dramatically based on price. The wealthy enjoyed aged wines from renowned regions, often spiced with expensive imports like cinnamon, ginger, and sugar. The poorest made do with piquette, made by soaking already pressed grape skins in water to extract any remaining flavor. Essentially, medieval wine coolers without the marketing budget. Middle-class town dwellers typically consumed local wines within a year of production, as proper aging required specialized storage that few could afford. Medieval wine labels wouldn't have listed flavor notes of oak, cherry, or vanilla, more like probably won't kill you and doesn't taste like complete regret. Mead, the honey-based alcohol, held a special place in medieval drinking culture, especially in northern regions like Scandinavia and Britain. Made by fermenting honey with water, mead was usually stronger than beer, with an alcohol content closer to today's wines. Its production required significant honey reserves, making it more expensive than everyday beer. A gallon of mead might cost 4 to 10 pennies, compared to half a penny for basic ale. Bees were medieval brewers' little winged assistants, doing all the hard work of honey production just so humans could ferment it and act foolish in mead halls. The cultural significance of mead extended beyond mere refreshment. Nordic sagas frequently mention mead halls where warriors gathered to drink and boast of their exploits. Anglo-Saxon poetry described mead as a drink that warms the heart and loosens the tongue, useful for both romantic pursuits and political negotiations. In other words, mead was liquid courage for Vikings who needed no courage, the original "hold my beer and watch this drink" that preceded countless bad decisions across medieval Scandinavia. People attributed medicinal properties to mead, using it to treat everything from digestive issues to melancholy. One medical text from the 12th century recommended mead mixed with herbs as a treatment for winter sadness, perhaps the first documented seasonal affective disorder remedy. Medieval doctors might not have understood bacteria or viruses, but they knew that enough honey wine could make you temporarily forget your problems, which is basically the same as a cure, right? Cider and perry provided alternative options in regions with abundant orchards. Especially popular in Normandy and southwestern England, these fruit-based alcoholic drinks offered welcome variety to the medieval palate. Apple cider had an alcohol content similar to beer, while perry was often slightly stronger. As the Middle Ages progressed, distilled spirits entered the scene. Distillation technology, originally developed for perfumes and medicines, gradually adapted to alcohol production. By the 14th century, what we might recognize as whiskey appeared in Ireland and Scotland, while brandy production began in France. These early spirits weren't sipping drinks. They were fiery, rough beverages primarily used as medicines, applied both internally and externally for various ailments. Medieval whiskey made moonshine look refined. It wasn't aged in oak barrels so much as barely contained in whatever vessel wouldn't dissolve on contact. The medicinal use of aqua vitae spread throughout Europe. Monastery infirmaries stocked distilled spirits to treat everything from wounds to digestive problems. A 15th century medical manual recommended small amounts of distilled alcohol for clearing the vision, strengthening the memory, and dispelling melancholy. Medieval medicine had its priorities straight. If a treatment couldn't cure you, it should at least help you forget what ailed you in the first place. Price differences created clear drinking class distinctions. When a gallon of basic ale cost roughly the same as a loaf of bread, a gallon of imported wine might cost 10 pennies or more, almost a week's wages for a laborer. High-end wines, especially those spiced with expensive imports like cinnamon or sweetened with honey, were exclusively for the wealthy. These price points reveal why beer became a dietary staple. It was affordable enough for daily consumption across most social classes. The original champagne taste on a beer budget wasn't just an expression, it was a medieval economic reality. The diversity of medieval alcoholic beverages demonstrates a society that, despite its technological limitations, created remarkable variety within the constraints of available ingredients and preservation methods. For a society that couldn't figure out basic sanitation, they sure mastered the art of brewing because these drinks became so embedded in everyday life. Dawn broke over the medieval village, and the first order of business wasn't checking emails or scrolling through social media, it was reaching for a drink. Breakfast beer kicked off the day for most medieval folks. This morning brew wasn't the strong stuff we think of today, but rather low alcohol, small beer containing just enough fermentation to kill bacteria while providing hydration for the workday ahead. Monks received a morning ration of 1 pint before prayers, proving that even the most devout started their day with liquid courage. These religious men weren't secret party animals. They simply needed safe hydration before a long day of manuscript copying and contemplation. Medieval breakfast drinking wasn't seen as problematic. It was as normal as our morning coffee, just with slightly more interesting side effects. Midday brought the main meal and, naturally, more alcohol. Field workers often consumed up to 2 quarts of ale with lunch. Harvest time reveals that manor lords were required to provide extra ale to laborers during the hottest months, not as a luxury, but as a necessity to prevent dehydration. The Lord of Essex complained about the excessive ale consumption of his harvest workers, who downed 8 quarts daily during peak summer work. That's 2 gallons per person, enough to put a modern drinker under the table, but because medieval ale was weaker and consumed throughout the day with food, workers remained surprisingly functional. Dinner, served in the late afternoon, featured the heaviest drinking. Household books from medieval estates show that evening ale was often stronger than daylight varieties, sometimes reaching alcohol content closer to modern beer. A French noble's expense records listed separate categories for day ale and evening ale, with the latter costing nearly twice as much per gallon. This evening indulgence made sense. The day's work was done, and people could relax without worrying about operating dangerous farm equipment afterward. Even children participated in this all-day drinking culture. Children's ale was significantly weaker, sometimes called three-penny ale, for its low strength, but still fermented enough to be safer than water. Medieval medical guides specifically recommended watered-down wine or weak ale for children over the age of 7, advice that would get Child Protective Services called on you faster than you could say medieval parenting today. Bedtime brought one final drink. The nightcap wasn't just a modern invention. Medieval people believed alcohol aided sleep and digestion. A popular medical text advised a small amount of wine before bed to settle the stomach and prevent harmful vapors from rising to the brain during sleep. The science was questionable, but the practice provided a fitting bookend to a day that began and ended with alcohol. From sunrise ale to bedtime wine, medieval drinking wasn't just about quenching thirst, it structured the entire day. But these drinking patterns were created more than just a schedule. Taverns, beer halls, and ale houses weren't just places to grab a drink. They were the community centers where medieval society functioned. In an era without coffee shops, public libraries, or community centers, these drinking establishments served as the primary spaces for social interaction, business dealings, and information exchange. Taverns in medieval towns operated as multi-purpose venues that modern businesses would envy. A typical day at the tavern might include morning business meetings, midday legal proceedings, afternoon craft guild gatherings, and evening entertainment. Town records from York show that in 1396, a single tavern called the White Hart hosted guild elections, 2 property transactions, a marriage negotiation, and a small claims court, all before dinner time. The alcohol served wasn't incidental to these activities, but central to them, creating an atmosphere where deals could be struck and conflicts resolved. The physical layout of medieval taverns reflected their social importance. Unlike modern bars designed primarily for drinking, medieval establishments featured large common tables, separate meeting rooms, and often an inner courtyard for larger gatherings. Archaeological excavations of a 14th century London tavern revealed distinct areas for different social classes, with benches near the door for casual drinkers and private booths at the back for merchants conducting business. The tavern wasn't just selling ale, it was selling social space, something in desperately short supply in crowded medieval towns. For rural communities, drinking gatherings called church ales served crucial social functions. These parish-sponsored events raised funds for church maintenance while providing rare opportunities for scattered farmsteads to come together. Quarterly, church ales generated between 70 and 90% of funds needed for church repairs, while simultaneously serving as the primary occasion for community-wide socialization. One 15th century church ale in Devon recorded attendance by 94% of parish adults, a participation rate that modern event planners would kill for. Medieval regulations acknowledged the social importance of drinking establishments through detailed laws governing their operation. Town ordinances typically required taverns to remain open during specified hours, maintain fair pricing, and provide basic hospitality to travelers. A 1355 London ordinance mandated that alehouses must serve any peaceful customer regardless of origin, perhaps the earliest right-to-service law in English history. The medieval legal system recognized that drinking establishments weren't luxury businesses but essential social infrastructure. The role of the brewster or tavern keeper extended far beyond serving drinks. These figures often functioned as informal bankers, news sources, matchmakers, and conflict mediators. Tavern keepers testifying about business deals struck under their roofs or resolving disputes between patrons before they escalated to legal proceedings. In smaller communities, the person who controlled the alcohol supply wielded significant social influence. Female brewers held particularly important social positions in early medieval communities. Before commercial brewing took hold, alewives produced most local alcohol and often maintained the only public spaces in small villages. Manor court records show that charges against alewives for watering down their product or using false measures were taken extremely seriously, not just as economic crimes, but as offenses against community welfare. When an alewife in 13th century Norfolk was fined the equivalent of 2 months' wages for serving weak ale. The severe penalty reflected her breach of social trust rather than mere consumer fraud. Religious institutions participated actively in drinking culture rather than opposing it. Monasteries operated some of the largest breweries in medieval Europe, producing both for internal consumption and commercial sale. The Benedictine Abbey at Burton-on-Trent brewed over 1 million gallons of ale annually by the 15th century, making it the largest beer producer in England. When monasteries brewed for commercial purposes, they weren't just generating income. They were participating in and shaping local social structures through control of alcohol production. Even religious pilgrimages incorporated drinking as a central social component. The route to the shrine of Thomas Becket at Canterbury became famous for its tavern stops, where pilgrims from different backgrounds mingled and shared stories. Chaucer's Canterbury Tales wasn't just literary invention, it accurately depicted how alcohol facilitated social interaction between people who would otherwise remain separated by class and profession. Pilgrim badges from Canterbury often featured drinking vessels alongside religious symbols, acknowledging the dual nature of the journey as both spiritual quest and social excursion. Urban drinking establishments served as information exchanges in an era without mass media. News, rumors, job opportunities, and political developments spread from tavern to tavern faster than through any other network. During periods of political unrest, authorities often targeted taverns first, not because they opposed drinking, but because they feared the rapid information sharing these establishments facilitated. When peasant revolts erupted in 1381, royal officials specifically ordered taverns closed, recognizing that revolutionary ideas spread fastest where people gathered to drink. Craft guilds formalized the connection between alcohol and social organization through elaborate drinking rituals. Guild feast days featured strictly choreographed toasting sequences that reinforced the social hierarchy while simultaneously creating bonds between members. An apprentice admitted to the London Goldsmiths Guild in 1424 documented the experience in his journal, noting that learning the complex drinking customs proved more challenging than mastering metalworking techniques. These ritualized drinking practices weren't mere entertainment. They encoded social relationships and obligations in memorable sensory experiences. Foreign visitors often remarked on the central role of drinking establishments in English social life. In 1496, a Venetian ambassador observed with surprise that the English conducted serious business in taverns rather than homes or official buildings. He noted that the alehouse is to the English what the piazza is to Italians, where all matters public and private are decided. This reflected a broader reality. In medieval England, drinking culture wasn't separate from important affairs, but deeply intertwined with them. As towns grew larger and social structures more complex, drinking establishments evolved to serve different niches. By the late 15th century, larger cities featured specialized establishments, taverns for merchants and professionals, alehouses for laborers, wine shops for the wealthy, and beer halls for craft workers. This diversification reflected not a diminishing social role, but an expansion of it, as drinking culture adapted to increasingly complex urban environments. The social bonds forged through shared drinking helped create the foundation for other institutions that would later emerge. From guild support networks to early insurance schemes, many innovations in social organization first developed informally among regular drinking companions before becoming formalized. Medieval drinking culture wasn't just about recreation. It created the social connections that made medieval society function. Beyond these everyday social settings, medieval society developed elaborate drinking traditions. Regular drinking kept medieval society functioning, but celebratory drinking transformed ordinary life into something memorable. No matter how grim daily existence might be, special occasions created opportunities for communal joy and extraordinary amounts of alcohol. Weddings ranked among the most alcohol-soaked events in medieval life. Unlike modern one-day celebrations, medieval weddings often lasted 3 days or more, with drinking beginning before the ceremony and continuing long after the couple departed. A 15th century merchant's daughter's wedding list truly staggering quantities: 426 gallons of ale, 63 gallons of wine, and 24 gallons of mead for a guest list of 150 people. That works out to over 3 gallons per person across the 3-day celebration, a quantity that would put modern wedding open bars to shame. Wedding drinking served practical purposes beyond mere celebration. The public consumption of alcohol by both families symbolized their new alliance, with shared cups passed between the families as a ritual demonstration of unity. A wedding feast without abundant alcohol risked being interpreted as a slight against the other family or a sign of stinginess that might bring shame. One Lincolnshire family actually postponed their daughter's wedding by 6 months when a bad harvest threatened their ability to provide sufficient alcohol for guests, considering an inadequate celebration worse than delay. Noble feasts and banquets elevated drinking to spectacular excess. When one king hosted a Christmas feast in 1376, 378 pipes of wine were consumed, equivalent to nearly 48,000 gallons. Granted, this feast lasted 12 days and hosted thousands, but the quantities remain astonishing. The feast included designated wine pourers, whose sole job was to ensure no cup remained empty for more than a few minutes. At such events, the ability to consume vast quantities while maintaining composure became a valued social skill among the nobility. The physical layout of feast halls reflected the importance of drinking. Archaeological excavations of great halls consistently reveal elaborate drainage systems under the high table where noble guests sat. Not for spilled drinks, but to accommodate those too important to leave the table to relieve themselves. The feast continued uninterrupted as guests simply emptied their bladders where they sat, with servants occasionally refreshing the rush flooring. Medieval feasts clearly operated under different rules of etiquette than modern dinner parties. Religious festivals transformed sacred occasions into drinking opportunities. Despite modern assumptions about religious temperance, medieval church festivals featured alcohol as a central component. The Feast of St. Martin in November, marking the completion of the autumn wine harvest, featured the ritual opening of new wine barrels with blessing and considerable consumption. Religious institutions often produced special festival brews for particular celebrations. The Abbey at Ely created a special strong ale called Audley's End, exclusively for Easter celebrations, containing herbs believed to represent aspects of Christ's resurrection. These festival drinks weren't just alcoholic, but carried symbolic religious significance that blended spiritual and physical refreshment. The medieval mind saw no contradiction between religious devotion and enthusiastic drinking. The latter often enhanced the former. Harvest celebrations marked the year's most crucial agricultural triumph with appropriately epic drinking. After weeks of dawn-to-dusk labor bringing in crops, communities celebrated with specially brewed harvest ales using the first grains from the new harvest. Manorial records from across Europe document generous alcohol allowances during these celebrations, with even the stingiest lords providing abundant drink. One Sussex manor recorded providing each harvester with a harvest allowance of 2 gallons of strong ale for the celebration feast, significantly stronger than everyday drinking ale. The social importance of harvest celebrations appears in legal documents where courts often postponed hearings scheduled during harvest festivities. This official acknowledgement of community-wide intoxication demonstrates how deeply drinking culture was embedded in medieval agricultural rhythms. The harvest's success or failure determined survival for the coming year. Its celebration deserved exceptional drinking. Birth celebrations, particularly for noble children, featured elaborate drinking rituals. When a child was born to an aristocratic family, messengers delivered the news to allied households with a special drinking cup. Recipients were expected to drink the health of the new child and send the messenger back with the cup refilled. There were 23 such cups being sent out at a son's birth, with detailed accounting of which recipients sent return cups with especially fine wine or mead. These birth announcement drinks created bonds between families that might later translate into political alliances. Special occasion drinking created moments of joy and release in lives that were often challenging and constrained. The memories of these celebrations sustained communities through difficult times, giving people something to anticipate and later recall with pleasure. Beyond mere intoxication, these drinking traditions crafted shared experiences that defined what it meant to belong to a particular community in medieval times. These festive gatherings weren't just about passive consumption, it's about having fun. Medieval folks didn't just drink, they turned drinking into entertainment through games that would make modern partiers both impressed and terrified. These weren't simple drinking games, but elaborate social rituals that combined skills, status, and the universal joy of watching friends make fools of themselves. Casting the stone ranked among the most popular and potentially dangerous games. Players took turns lifting a heavy stone while holding a full cup in the other hand. Spill your drink or fail to lift the stone, and you face a drinking penalty. The cleverness lay in its self-defeating cycle. Each penalty made the next round harder. Numerous injuries from drop stones, including a 1,367 incident where a player accidentally dropped the stone on the local bailiff's foot, earning both a fine and several additional penalty drinks. King of the table crowned whoever demonstrated the greatest drinking capacity as temporary ruler of the festivities. This mock coronation granted the winner authority to assign drinks and tasks to other participants. A guild celebration describes a weaver being crowned king and promptly ordering all participants to drink left-handed while reciting saints' names. The game brilliantly inverted normal social hierarchies, allowing commoners to briefly enjoy the sensation of command. Drink and Dare functioned as a medieval version of Truth or Dare, with participants choosing between answering embarrassing questions, performing awkward tasks, or taking substantial drinking penalties for refusing both. There was a merchant who dared to kiss the tavern keeper's pig while wearing his best hat. His drunken attempt resulted in a destroyed hat, an angry pig, and a tavern brawl requiring town guards to resolve. Cross the River tested coordination with wet consequences. Players walked narrow planks laid across benches that became increasingly difficult to navigate as drinking progressed. Those who fell off faced both additional drinks and the indignity of being soaked in whatever filled the basins below. One monastery chronicle surprisingly mentions monks playing a version using prayer books as balance weights. Mumble the Peg combined drinking with knife-throwing skills. Players stuck knives into the table while reciting increasingly complex phrases. One town banned the game in 1422 after 3 serious injuries occurred in a single evening, noting that the combination of ale and sharp implements leads to bloodshed and complaint. These games weren't just mindless paths to intoxication, but served important social functions. They tested valuable medieval skills like strength, memory, and coordination while creating shared experiences that crossed social boundaries. They allowed controlled transgressions of normal behavior, creating safety valves for social tensions. Most importantly, they transformed ordinary drinking into memorable events, providing entertainment in lives that often lacked diversions. The creativity medieval people applied to their drinking games reveals a culture that valued clever competition and communal amusement. These games might have disappeared, but the human desire to combine drinking with competitive socializing continues uninterrupted to the present day. Yet for all the fun and games, medieval drinking wasn't without its darker side. All that medieval merriment inevitably led to some serious problems. The morning after a feast or festival often brought consequences ranging from simple hangovers to lasting social damage. Medieval society developed elaborate systems to manage alcohol's downsides while preserving its benefits, creating a complex relationship with drinking that balanced enjoyment against harm. Tavern brawls erupted with such regularity that they became a standard feature of medieval life. Court records from 14th century London show that nearly 40% of assault cases originated in drinking establishments. One particularly rowdy tavern called the Broken Sword appeared in court documents 26 times in a single year for fights, suggesting either terrible ale or an especially volatile clientele. The tavern eventually changed its name to the Broken Nose, which was either truth in advertising or a grim sense of humor about what happened to regular customers. Town councils took these problems seriously. Many implemented a curfew bell system, after which taverns had to stop serving alcohol. Oxford's famous Carfax bell rang at 9 in winter and 10 in summer, signaling that drinking establishments should close. Anyone caught drinking after hours faced fines, while tavern keepers who continued serving could lose their licenses. These measures weren't primarily moral judgments, but practical responses to the public safety issues alcohol created. Public drunkenness posed a significant challenge for medieval towns, often leading to accidents and fatalities. In Norwich, the need for special night watchmen during the 12 days of Christmas to assist those too intoxicated to navigate safely, preventing them from falling into ditches or fires. Such incidents were not rare. One English town documented 17 cases of drunken drownings over 5 years, as inebriated residents attempted to cross streams or rivers on their way home from taverns. Some cities created dedicated drunk tanks centuries before the modern term existed. London's Poultry Compter served as an overnight holding facility where intoxicated troublemakers sobered up before facing magistrates the next morning. Records show that during major festivals, these facilities filled to capacity, sometimes holding more than 60 individuals in spaces designed for 20. The city employed ale wardens specifically to patrol streets looking for dangerously intoxicated revelers and bring them to these facilities, medieval predecessors to modern public intoxication laws. Alcoholism existed long before the medical term was invented. Medieval society recognized the problem of drinking, using terms like ale-sick or wine-mad for those who couldn't control their consumption. Guild regulations often included provisions for members who wasted their substance on drink, with interventions ranging from financial guardianship to outright expulsion. These measures weren't merely moral judgments, but practical protections for families who might otherwise starve because of a breadwinner's drinking habit. One guild in Bristol implemented a 3 strikes policy for problem drinkers. First-time offenders received a warning, second offenses resulted in temporary suspension, while third violations led to the guild taking control of the member's finances for the protection of his household. The church maintained an awkward relationship with excessive drinking. While monasteries brewed some of the finest alcoholic beverages in Europe, church authorities periodically attempted to curb drinking's worst excesses. Bishops issued edicts limiting drinking hours or banning clergy from taverns, though enforcement proved spotty at best. One French bishop complained that his anti-drinking regulations were ignored because the priests who should enforce them are among the most enthusiastic patrons of the very taverns they are ordered to monitor. Medieval priests apparently took "do as I say, not as I do" to impressive new heights, pioneering the grand tradition of religious officials who couldn't quite practice what they preached after a few drinks. Medieval medicine gradually recognized alcohol's health consequences. Medical texts describe liver ailments linked to heavy wine consumption, with one 15th century physician noting that excessive drinkers developed yellow eyes and swollen bellies before their natural time. Medieval doctors might not have understood modern hepatology, but they certainly recognized when someone had been hitting the wine barrel a bit too enthusiastically. Their medical advice often boiled down to maybe drink less, which remains equally ignored by patients then and now. Despite these problems, medieval society never seriously considered prohibition. Instead, they developed a culture of moderation through social pressure rather than legal bans. Heavy drinking might be accepted during festivals, but those who regularly drank to excess faced social consequences ranging from mockery to formal sanctions. The community that drank together also regulated together, creating informal controls on truly destructive behavior while tolerating routine intoxication as part of normal life. This pragmatic approach contrasts sharply with later temperance movements that sought to eliminate alcohol entirely. Medieval society recognized alcohol's dangers, but also its benefits, seeking a middle path that limited harm while preserving what they saw as essential functions of drinking culture. They accepted that perfect solutions were impossible, but that reasonable management could maintain a functional society despite alcohol's problems. Of course, no amount of social regulation could prevent the most universal consequence of all that drinking. The morning after a medieval feast must have been a sorry sight. Imagine dozens of formerly merry revelers now clutching their heads, shielding their eyes from the cruel morning sun, and swearing off ale forever, or at least until midday. Despite their regular alcohol consumption, medieval people weren't immune to hangovers. Their bodies processed alcohol exactly as ours do, and they suffered the same consequences for overindulgence. No amount of jousting experience prepared a knight for battle with the morning after dragon in his skull. Medieval medical texts provide vivid descriptions of hangover symptoms that feel all too familiar. A 12th century medical manual details sufferers experiencing heaviness of the head, great thirst, disturbed sleep, and aching in all limbs after excessive drinking. Another account describes eyes that feel as though they've been pierced with needles and a mouth drier than a saint's bones. These colorful complaints suggest that, despite centuries of experience, medieval drinkers endured hangovers just as miserable as those of today. Some modern myths suggest that because medieval people drank alcohol regularly from childhood, they developed supernatural tolerance. The evidence suggests otherwise. While daily consumption may have given them slightly higher baseline tolerance, medieval doctors documented plenty of severe hangover cases, treating 7 monks after a Saints' Day celebration, all suffering from what the recorder delicately called excessive celebration of the Holy Feast, but what we recognize as epic hangovers. What made medieval hangovers particularly brutal was the complete lack of modern pain relievers. There was no aspirin, no ibuprofen, not even reliable access to clean water for rehydration. Medieval sufferers had to rely on folk remedies of varying effectiveness, revealing both the impressive herbalism knowledge of the time and their desperate willingness to try anything to ease their misery. Some hangover cures were surprisingly effective. Willow bark tea, commonly prescribed for morning after woes, contains natural salicylates, the same compound found in aspirin. Honey water with ginger addressed both dehydration and nausea. These remedies had genuine medicinal value, even if medieval healers didn't understand the biochemistry behind them. Other cures ventured into truly bizarre territory. A popular English remedy involved raw eel mixed with bitter almonds and wrapped in cabbage leaves. This questionable concoction was supposed to be eaten immediately upon waking, which might have worked simply by making the hangover seem pleasant by comparison to eating raw eel first thing in the morning. Nothing says, "I'll never drink again," quite like choking down a slimy river snake before breakfast. The Roman physician Galen, whose teachings dominated medieval medicine, recommended pressing cold compresses to the head while drinking vinegar mixed with honey. The cold compress part makes reasonable sense, but vinegar on an already upset stomach shows a certain sadistic flair in medieval medicine. A German monastery book of remedies suggested smearing a paste of ground swallows' beaks and myrrh oil behind the ears, which almost certainly accomplished nothing beyond making the hungover person smell strange and giving everyone else something to laugh about. Humor does sometimes help a hangover, but probably not in this case. The monks who invented this cure must have been either still drunk from the night before or getting revenge on the novices who had to collect the bird beaks. One widely practiced remedy from French court circles involved rubbing a hard-boiled egg yolk on the forehead while reciting a specific prayer to Saint Bibiana, the patron saint of hangovers. Yes, there really was one. This remedy is often enough to suggest it had high-profile adherents, though whether they were cured by faith, placebo effect, or simply waiting long enough for the hangover to naturally subside remains an open question. The hair of the dog remedy, drinking more alcohol to ease a hangover, was already in use by the 13th century. A medical text from Oxford advised a morning cure of a small draught of the same wine that caused the suffering, mixed with raw egg and honey. While medieval drinkers didn't understand the science behind it, modern medicine explains why it works temporarily. By keeping blood alcohol levels elevated, it delays the worst symptoms. Of course, this only postponed the inevitable crash. something medieval drinkers likely learned the hard way. Widespread hangovers actually impacted medieval productivity enough to warrant official attention. After major feast days, many towns and manors operated a gentle day schedule, with reduced work expectations and later start times. The day after the harvest feast was designated for light duties only, as the workers will be of tender constitution following their celebrations. This practical accommodation suggests widespread recognition that mass hangovers were simply an expected part of community life after major festivities. Medieval literature often used hangovers for comedic effect, especially in tales of monks or clerics who preached temperance but failed to practice it. A 13th century poem tells of a monk who spoke mightily against the devil's brew at matins, but vespers sought it like a dying man seeks salvation. His morning after misery is described as a man whose soul wished to enter heaven while his body remained firmly in hell, a poetic depiction of hangover suffering that remains just as relatable today. For all their unusual remedies and lack of scientific understanding, medieval people dealt with hangovers much as we do today, through a combination of folk wisdom, medicinal plants, and simply suffering through until time worked its healing magic. The universal experience of hangover misery created yet another bond across the centuries, proving that while drinking cultures may change, the human body's objection to alcohol excess remains stubbornly consistent. As brewing methods improved and new beverages appeared on the scene, medieval drinking culture gradually transformed. Medieval drinking habits didn't remain static across the 1,000-year span historians call the Middle Ages. What began as simple survival necessity gradually transformed into a complex cultural system, and by the end of the period, entirely new beverages began challenging alcohol's dominance in daily life. Early medieval drinking focused almost entirely on locally produced ale and beer, with wine reserved for the elite or regions where grapes grow easily. Production remained small-scale, with most communities relying on local brewers making small batches that spoiled quickly. Without standardized measurements or quality controls, early medieval drinkers played a perpetual guessing game with their beverages. One day's ale might be watery and weak, while the next batch could pack an unexpected punch that left the village collectively horizontal. Medieval ale tasting notes would have been less about hints of oak and cherry and more about probably won't cause immediate blindness. The introduction of hops transformed brewing practices by the 13th century. These bitter flowers provided both flavor and preservative qualities that extended beer's shelf life dramatically. Pre-hop ale lasted roughly 3 to 5 days before souring, while hopped beer remained drinkable for 2 to 3 months. This preservation breakthrough allowed for larger production facilities and wider distribution networks, gradually shifting brewing from household kitchens to dedicated commercial establishments. Brewing guilds emerged as beer production became more commercial, establishing quality standards and training requirements. Bremen's Brewing Guild, established in 1289, required a 3-year apprenticeship before someone could legally brew independently. Guild records show they conducted regular taste tests of members' products, finding those who produced substandard beer. One unfortunate brewer was fined the equivalent of 2 months' wages for beer described as tasting of old shoes and making the tongue shrivel, perhaps the earliest recorded beer review, and definitely not a favorable one. Wine culture underwent significant refinement during the later Middle Ages. Early medieval wine was typically consumed young, often within months of production. By the 15th century, aging practices became more sophisticated, with wealthy consumers specifically seeking older vintages. A ducal cellar inventory from 1487 proudly notes wines from 14 different years, with the oldest dating back 23 years. Considered an extraordinary age for wine at that time. Distilled spirits gained popularity toward the end of the medieval period. Originally produced as medicinal compounds in monastery apothecaries, strong alcohol gradually escaped its medicinal confines to become recreational drinks in their own right. Early whiskey production in Scotland and Ireland began around the 15th century, with the first documented whiskey distillery license issued in 1494. The recipient, a monk named Brother John Core, received permission to produce 8 bowls of malt for whiskey, enough to make approximately 1,200 bottles by modern measures. The most revolutionary change came not from alcohol improvements, but from the arrival of new non-alcoholic competitors. Coffee reached Europe in the late medieval period, with the first European coffee house opening in Venice around 1647. These caffeinated drinks offered the novel experience of stimulation rather than sedation, creating entirely new social rituals built around alertness instead of relaxation. These new beverages gradually challenged alcohol's monopoly on safe hydration. Coffee and tea both required boiled water, making them naturally safer than untreated water without requiring fermentation. As one 17th century writer noted, coffee and tea shops now attract those who previously spent mornings in alehouses, with the notable difference that men leave with sharpened wits rather than dulled senses. This shift marked the beginning of the end for medieval-style all-day drinking culture. For the first time in history, people actually had to come up with excuses for their behavior rather than just blaming it on the ale. Many medieval drinking traditions persisted well beyond the Middle Ages, leaving fingerprints on modern drinking culture that remain visible today. From pub games to beer festivals, these ancient customs traveled through time to shape how we socialize, celebrate, and yes, still occasionally wake up regretting our choices the night before. Ever had your air conditioning break down in the middle of July? Now, imagine living in medieval times where the closest thing to cooling technology was a servant with a fancy fan. Medieval summers could pack quite a punch, especially in southern Europe where temperatures regularly soared to 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Even the supposedly cooler regions like England and northern France weren't spared, with historical records showing some pretty brutal heat waves that would make modern weather forecasters raise their eyebrows. If you're wondering where all these sweaty medieval folks lived, here's a fun fact. About 90% of the population called the countryside home. Take London, for example. Despite being one of the biggest cities of its time, it only housed around 50,000 people by 1300. That's smaller than most modern suburban towns. Cities were crowded affairs, with buildings stacked so close together you could practically whisper to your neighbor through the walls. Speaking of homes, medieval living arrangements weren't exactly what you'd call spacious. City dwellers typically lived in narrow but tall houses, built upward instead of outward because street frontage was at a premium. These urban homes averaged around 400 square feet, about the size of a modern two-car garage. And if you think that's cramped, rural cottages were even tinier, usually between 200 to 300 square feet. Next time someone complains about their tiny apartment, remind them they're living in a medieval mansion by comparison. The type of home you lived in depended entirely on your social status, much like today's real estate market, minus the mortgage brokers and property taxes. At the bottom of the housing ladder were peasant cottages, usually just one room with a dirt floor and a smoky fireplace. Moving up the medieval property ladder, you'd find merchant houses that combine business and living space, kind of like today's live work lofts, just with more rats and fewer charging stations. At the top of the heap were manor houses, the medieval equivalent of luxury estates. These were sprawling stone structures with multiple rooms, each designed to take advantage of any available breeze. Some clever architectural features helped keep these places cool, but we'll get to those juicy details in the next section. The real kicker? None of these homes had anything resembling modern temperature control. No thermostats, no electric fans, not even a bag of ice from the corner store. Medieval folks had to rely on architectural ingenuity and age-old cooling techniques passed down through generations. And surprisingly, some of their methods were so effective that modern sustainable architects are taking notes. The most fascinating part? While we might pity our medieval ancestors for lacking modern comforts, they developed some remarkably clever ways to beat the heat. Their solutions ranged from simple tricks anyone could use to elaborate systems that would impress even today's engineers. And that's exactly what we're going to explore next, starting with how the medieval one-percenters kept their cool while everyone else was sweating it out. Money might not buy happiness, but in medieval times, it could definitely buy you a cooler summer. While the peasants were sweating it out in their humble cottages, the wealthy were living large in their stone mansions, complete with built-in cooling systems that would make modern architects take notes. These nobles didn't just stumble upon comfort, they engineered it with precision, even if they didn't have modern thermodynamics to guide them. Let's talk about those massive walls. We're not just talking about thick, we're talking absolutely unit-sized. Some castle and manor walls measured up to 4 feet thick. That's wider than most modern doorways. These weren't just for keeping out invaders, they acted like giant insulation blocks. During hot summer days, These thick stone walls absorbed heat, keeping the interior nice and cool. By night, they slowly released that heat, creating a natural temperature regulation system that worked 24/7. The most impressive part? These walls were so effective that some medieval castles still maintain comfortable temperatures today, even without modern climate control. The high ceilings in these fancy homes weren't just for showing off expensive tapestries. Rising up to 20 feet in some cases, these towering rooms used a simple principle: hot air rises. While the peasants baked in their low-ceiling cottages, the wealthy enjoyed their medieval version of air conditioning, with hot air floating way above their perfumed heads. Records show some great halls reached heights of 30 feet or more. Talk about having room to breathe. Windows in medieval mansions were an art form in themselves. Tall, narrow openings were strategically placed opposite each other, creating cross breezes that would make any modern real estate agent jealous. The deep window seats carved into those thick walls served a dual purpose. They were perfect reading nooks and natural cooling stations. These window seats often had small drainage channels carved into them to handle rain, which coincidentally made them excellent spots for catching cool breezes on hot days. Some clever nobles even had their windows fitted with thin alabaster screens that filtered harsh sunlight while allowing airflow. The floors weren't just for walking on either. Smooth stone or marble floors stayed naturally cool even during the hottest days. Walking barefoot on these floors was like finding the cool side of the pillow, times 100. Some clever nobles would have their servants dampen the floor slightly during extreme heat, creating a natural evaporative cooling effect. Wealthy homes often featured different types of stone flooring for different seasons: darker stones for winter warmth and lighter, cooler stones for summer comfort. The gardens were where medieval cooling truly shined. These weren't your average backyard setups. They were carefully designed outdoor cooling systems disguised as pleasure grounds. Covered walkways, known as pergolas, were often draped with grapevines, providing shade and snacks, medieval multitasking at its finest. Large shade trees were strategically planted to block the sun's harshest rays, and fountains weren't just for show. The moving water created cool microclimates in their immediate vicinity. Some gardens even featured sunken sections that trapped cool air, creating natural air conditioning pockets. Speaking of water features, fountains and channels weren't just medieval bling. The wealthy had intricate systems of running water that cooled the air through evaporation. Some particularly fancy manors even had water-powered fans, though the servants probably weren't too thrilled about having to keep the water flowing. Archaeological evidence suggests some manor houses had complex water systems that could spray a fine mist in certain garden areas during particularly hot days. The piece de resistance: underground storage rooms. These cellars maintained a constant temperature of around 55 degrees Fahrenheit year-round, making them perfect for both food storage and cooling retreat. Think of them as the medieval equivalent of hanging out in the basement during a heat wave, just with more wine barrels and fewer video game consoles. Some of these cellars were massive, capable of storing enough food for hundreds of people and creating cool air that circulated throughout the house through cleverly designed shaft systems. All these cooling methods combined to create surprisingly comfortable living spaces, proving that medieval architects knew a thing or two about beating the heat. Meanwhile, the common folk had to get creative with their own cooling solutions, and they came up with some pretty ingenious methods that didn't require a royal budget. Let's dive into how the other 99% managed to keep their cool during those sweltering summer months. While the wealthy lounged in their stone mansions with fancy fountains, medieval peasants had to get creative with their cooling solutions. But don't feel too bad for them. These resourceful folks developed some surprisingly effective methods to beat the heat, and they did it without spending a single gold coin. The secret weapon in a peasant's cooling arsenal: thatch roofing. These weren't just simple straw hats for houses. They were sophisticated insulation systems that would put some modern roofing to shame. A properly installed thatch roof could reach 12 to 14 inches thick, creating multiple air pockets that worked like prehistoric bubble wrap. The layered construction trapped cool air between sections, while the dense material kept the hot sun from penetrating through. Recent studies of surviving thatched cottages show these roofs could reduce indoor temperatures by up to 15 degrees compared to outdoor heat. Medieval peasants might not have had engineering degrees, but they were masters of natural ventilation. Their homes featured strategically placed doors and windows that created surprisingly effective airflow patterns. The real genius touch? The smoke hole in the roof, originally meant for letting out cooking fire smoke, doubled as a medieval exhaust fan. Hot air would rise and escape through this opening, pulling cooler air in through the doors and windows. A medieval peasant's version of a whole house fan, minus the electricity bill. The daily schedule of medieval peasants followed a pattern that modern productivity experts would probably charge good money to teach. Rising before dawn, they'd knock out the heavy field work while temperatures were still bearable. During the hottest part of the day, typically between noon and 3 p.m., they'd take a break that would make a Spanish siesta look amateur. This wasn't laziness. It was climate-smart working that maximized energy and minimized heat exposure. Tree planting around peasant cottages wasn't just for looks or fruit. It was part of a clever cooling strategy passed down through generations. Deciduous trees planted on the south side of homes provided perfect seasonal temperature control. Leafy shade in summer, but bare branches in winter allowed precious sunlight through. Talk about solar engineering without a calculator. Many peasants specifically chose fruit trees for this purpose, because if you're going to have a shade tree, it might as well make apples, right? Even their daily routines were carefully crafted around temperature management. Heavy work like threshing grain or chopping wood was scheduled for early morning or evening hours. Indoor tasks like repairing tools or spinning wool were saved for those scorching midday hours when working outside felt like being a human toast in a giant bread oven. Women often did their baking early in the morning, using the cool hours to prep food and avoiding heating up the house during peak temperatures. Medieval peasants also discovered that stone-paved areas near their homes could be a mixed blessing. While these surfaces absorbed heat during the day, making them pretty uncomfortable, they released that heat during cool evenings. Smart peasants would use these warm spots to dry herbs or linens after sunset, taking advantage of the stored thermal energy. It's the medieval version of a clothes dryer, just add a lot more patience. They say necessity is the mother of invention, and medieval peasants proved this with their creative cooling solutions. But staying cool wasn't just about comfort, it was about survival, especially when dealing with swarms of summer insects that seemed determined to make life miserable for everyone, rich or poor alike. And those bugs? They were about to meet their match in some surprisingly clever medieval pest control methods. Before window screens and bug zappers, summer months meant sharing your home with enough flying house guests to form their own tiny kingdom. Medieval pest control was like an endless game of chess, except the opposing pieces had wings and a taste for human blood. The best part? These battles happened every single summer, making pest control a crucial part of medieval survival skills. Mosquitoes were public enemy number one. These whining vampires weren't just annoying, they were everywhere. Historical records from medieval monasteries describe swarms so thick they darkened the air like storm clouds. One particularly detailed account from a 13th century English monastery complained about mosquitoes so numerous they could drain a man dry faster than the king's tax collectors. And without mosquito repellent or screened windows, people had to get creative. The wealthy solved this problem by having servants wave large fans all night, which probably explains why fan bearer was actually a job title in some noble households. Must have been a real hit at medieval career fairs. But medieval people weren't completely defenseless. They discovered that certain plants acted as natural bug repellents. Lavender, rosemary, and artemisia were the medieval equivalent of off spray. These herbs were planted strategically around doors and windows, creating natural barrier zones that insects preferred to avoid. The really clever part? Many of these plants also had medicinal or culinary uses, making them the Swiss Army knife of medieval gardening. Some monasteries maintained extensive herb gardens that served triple duty, repelling insects, seasoning food, and treating various ailments. Smoke was another weapon in the war against insects. Medieval homes would burn specific types of woods and herbs during evening hours, creating a protective, smoky barrier. Cedar was particularly popular because it smelled nice to humans but sent bugs packing. Some folks would even add certain herbs to their cooking fires, turning dinner prep into pest control. It's like those citronella candles we use today, just with more actual cooking involved. Historical documents show that some communities even developed specific smoke-based rituals for the start of mosquito season. The medieval secret weapon against insects? Animals. Keeping chickens around wasn't just for eggs. These feathered friends were excellent at controlling ground-based insects. One chicken could eat several thousand insects per day, making them medieval pest control champions. Bats were surprisingly welcome guests in many areas, with some monasteries even building special bat roosts in their gardens. Medieval Europeans might not have understood echolocation, but they definitely understood that one bat could eat thousands of mosquitoes per night. Some communities even encouraged swallows to nest near their homes, creating nature's own aerial insect defense system. Inside their homes, people hung bundles of dried herbs from ceiling beams. These herbs served double duty. They helped repel insects while also being handy for cooking. Popular choices included bay leaves, mint, and tansy. The bundles were replaced regularly to maintain their effectiveness, creating a medieval version of those little tree-shaped car air fresheners, just with actual pest control benefits. In larger homes, these herb bundles could be found in almost every room, creating an early form of whole-house pest control. One particularly clever trick involved using specific types of wood smoke for food storage areas. Certain hardwoods, when burned, produced smoke that not only drove away flying insects, but also helped preserve food. Oak and beech were particular favorites, with their smoke providing protection that could last for weeks. This method was so effective that some of these smoking techniques are still used in traditional food preservation today. The medieval folk might not have understood the chemistry behind it, but they knew it worked. Rural communities often planted specific types of flowers known to repel insects around their vegetable gardens and home perimeters. Marigolds, chrysanthemums, and pyrethrum daisies form beautiful but deadly to insects barriers. These same plants are still used today in making natural insecticides. Turns out medieval gardeners were onto something. Some communities even held annual planting festivals to ensure these protective gardens were properly maintained. As summer temperatures rose and insects multiplied, the battle against bugs became intertwined with another challenge: staying comfortable in heavy medieval clothing. From peasants' rough linens to knights' metal armor, medieval fashion posed its own unique cooling challenges, and people developed some surprising solutions for dealing with both the heat and their wardrobes. Getting dressed in medieval summers was like playing a high-stakes game of what's the least amount of clothing I can wear without scandalizing the local priest? The answer varied dramatically depending on your social status, with nobles and peasants taking very different approaches to summer fashion. Medieval clothing wasn't just about looking good, it was a complex balance of social status, practicality, and not passing out from heat exhaustion. Noble clothing was all about layers, because apparently medieval rich people didn't get the memo about less being more. The wealthy wore fine linen undergarments beneath outer layers of silk, often in lighter colors that reflected sunlight. These fancy fabrics weren't just about showing off. Silk actually helps regulate body temperature, while linen excellently wicks away sweat. A noble's summer wardrobe could cost as much as a peasant's house, which seems a bit excessive just to avoid pit stains. Historical records show that some nobles owned clothing worth more than their servants would earn in 10 years. Talk about fashion inflation. Peasants, on the other hand, kept things much simpler. Their summer outfits consisted of basic linen or lightweight wool garments, usually undyed and loose-fitting. These clothes might have looked plain, but they were surprisingly practical. The loose fit allowed air to circulate while the natural fibers absorbed sweat and dried quickly. A peasant's entire wardrobe might only contain 2 or 3 outfits, but they were built to handle everything from field work to village festivals. Some clever peasants would even dampen their clothes slightly during extreme heat, creating a primitive form of evaporative cooling. But knights, they had it worst of all. Wearing full armor in summer was like being a human baked potato wrapped in tin foil. A complete suit of armor could weigh between 40 to 65 pounds. That's like carrying a third grader around all day in the blazing sun. To prevent cooking inside their metal shells, knights wore special padded garments called gambesons underneath. These thick quilted undershirts were designed to absorb sweat and provide cushioning. Records from medieval tournaments mention knights losing up to 5 pounds of water weight during summer events, giving new meaning to the term hot under the collar. Some tournaments even had special rest periods just for knights to cool down and avoid heat exhaustion. The undergarment game was surprisingly sophisticated. Linen was the medieval equivalent of modern performance fabric, prized for its ability to wick away moisture. Nobles might wear multiple layers of increasingly fine linen, while peasants made do with a single layer. Some particularly fancy nobles even had their linen garments scented with herbs, medieval deodorant at its finest. The finest linen was so valuable that it would be listed specifically in noble wills, passed down like family jewels. Head coverings weren't just fashion statements, they were essential summer survival gear. Peasants working in fields wore wide-brimmed straw hats that would make modern sun hats look dainty in comparison. These hats were so effective that similar designs are still used by farmers today. Noble women favored veils and lightweight caps, while men wore various styles of caps and hats depending on their social status. One 14th century fashion guide advised wealthy women to wear pale silk veils in summer, lest the sun turn you common looking. Medieval shade throwing at its finest. Even shoes got the summer treatment. While peasants might go barefoot during the hottest months, free air conditioning for the feet, nobles wore lightweight leather shoes or slippers indoors. Some particularly fancy folks had special summer shoes made with tiny ventilation holes. Medieval Crocs, if you will, just with less plastic and more class. The wealthiest might even have different shoes for morning and afternoon wear, changing as the ground temperature heated up. The real fashion victims, though, were the clergy. Try wearing multiple layers of heavy black robes in the summer heat while maintaining your dignity. No wonder medieval priests seem so cranky in historical records. Some church documents even include debates about whether it was acceptable to lighten up the dress code during extreme heat waves. Spoiler alert, the answer was usually no. One particularly amusing record from a French monastery complains about monks falling asleep during summer services due to their heavy robes. Apparently, even divine devotion was no match for heat exhaustion. All this effort to stay fashionably cool while avoiding sunburn led to some creative solutions for sun protection. And when it came to medieval sunscreen, well, that's where things got really interesting. The lengths people would go to protect their skin would make modern dermatologists either applaud or cringe in horror. Before sunscreen came in convenient bottles with SPF ratings, medieval folks had to get creative with sun protection, and boy, did they ever. The most famous medieval sunscreen recipe comes from a fascinating medical text called the Trotula, written by a female physician named Trotta in 12th century Italy. Her recipe reads like a medieval chemistry experiment gone wild. Mix lily root, white lead, mastic, frankincense, camphor, and lard. Then top it off with rose water. Not exactly something you'd find at your local pharmacy. Let's talk about that white lead for a minute. Medieval beauty standards were apparently worth risking a little casual poison for. White lead was basically the medieval equivalent of modern zinc oxide sunscreen, except it could kill you. The truly mind-boggling part? People knew it was dangerous but used it anyway. One medieval writer noted that it makes the face white but shortens life, a side effect modern sunscreen manufacturers wisely avoid mentioning on their labels. Common folk, blessed with both better sense and less money, stuck to more practical sun protection methods. Wide-brimmed straw hats were the go-to choice for field workers, paired with long sleeves and whatever other clothing they could reasonably wear while still being able to move. These simple solutions might not have been glamorous, but they kept people from turning into medieval lobsters. Treating sunburn was its own adventure. The common folk had some surprisingly effective remedies: egg whites mixed with rose water, aloe vera, yes, they had that back then, and various herbal poultices. One particularly popular treatment involved cucumber juice mixed with vinegar. Not too far off from modern after-sun lotions, minus the artificial green coloring and fancy packaging. Working hours were carefully planned around sun exposure. Most outdoor work happened in the early morning or late afternoon, with indoor tasks saved for those brutal midday hours. This wasn't just about avoiding sunburn, it was about survival. Medieval medical texts record cases of severe sunstroke, particularly among farmers and construction workers. One account describes a stonemason who worked through midday heat and burned so fierce his mind wandered for 3 days. Medieval OSHA would not have approved. The cultural attitudes toward sun exposure were fascinating. Tan skin was associated with peasant work, making pale skin a status symbol among the wealthy. This led to some truly bizarre sun-avoiding behaviors among nobles. Women would wear thick veils and gloves even in the hottest weather, and some nobles would only venture outside under canopies carried by servants. Medieval dermatologists would have made a fortune if they'd existed. The most practical sun protection came from architecture itself. Covered walkways, deep doorways, and overhanging eaves weren't just for show. They created shadows that people could navigate through like medieval ninjas avoiding the sun. Town markets often had canvas awnings stretched over the busiest areas, creating shaded shopping zones that would make modern mall designers nod in approval. Perhaps the most effective medieval sunscreen was simply staying inside during peak hours. This wasn't laziness. It was a well-understood survival strategy passed down through generations. The wealthy had their cool stone manors, while peasants retreated to the shade of trees or the relative cool of their cottages. As one medieval writer put it, only mad dogs and Englishmen venture out in the midday sun. Though that quote might be from a bit later, the sentiment was certainly alive and well in medieval times. When you consider all these methods together, from the questionable chemical concoctions of the wealthy to the practical solutions of the common folk, medieval sun protection was a remarkable mix of ingenuity, superstition, and common sense. They might not have understood UV rays or SPF ratings, but they certainly knew how to avoid getting burned, both literally and figuratively. When enemies surrounded a castle, it wasn't just the walls they were trying to break. They wanted to starve everyone inside. But castles had tricks to survive. It wasn't easy, and it wasn't always tasty, but somehow they made it work. And they held out longer than anyone expected. One of the first things they relied on was simple but powerful: food storage. Granaries were the unsung heroes of castle defense, massive storage rooms built specifically to house grains like barley, oats, and rye that could mean the difference between surrender and survival. These weren't just regular storerooms. Castle granaries were engineering marvels designed with one purpose: keeping food edible for absurdly long periods. Stone floors and walls prevented ground moisture from seeping in. High ceilings with tiny windows allowed for ventilation without letting in too much humidity. Some clever castle designers even elevated their granaries on stone pillars to keep rats from having all-you-can-eat buffets with the winter supplies. Speaking of rats, a single pair of rodents could produce up to 2,000 descendants in a single year, if left unchecked. Medieval castle defenders literally played the world's most high-stakes game of whack-a-rat to protect their food supplies. Castle cats weren't just cute pets. They were critical military assets. The grain stored in these fortress pantries were incredibly resilient. A properly maintained store of barley could last 3 years or more. Rye and wheat could go for 18 months before quality issues became serious. Oats were particularly valuable since they could feed both people and horses, though nobody was excited about eating porridge for the 100th day in a row while under siege. What's for dinner tonight? Oh, look, it's our old friend oatmeal again. Most large castles aimed to store enough grain to feed everyone inside for at least a year. The granary at Dover Castle could hold enough grain to feed its garrison of 256 people for over 10 months. At the Tower of London, underground granaries held enough to supply 3,000 people for weeks. The real trick wasn't just having grain, it was keeping it dry. Castle stewards regularly rotated stocks, spreading grain out on sunny days to prevent moisture buildup. They also turned to clever preservation methods like parching, where grains were lightly toasted to extend shelf life. While these grain stores formed the foundation of survival, even the most well-stocked granary couldn't provide all the nutrition necessary during long sieges. The clever defenders had other preservation tricks up their chainmail sleeves to ensure nobody went hungry when enemies came knocking. Beyond the carefully stored grains, medieval castle defenders turned to salted meat and hard cheese as their protein powerhouses during long sieges. These preserved foods weren't just occasional treats. They were survival essentials that could last for months or even years without spoiling. Salt was medieval food preservation gold. Every autumn, castle staff would slaughter excess livestock that couldn't be fed through winter. The meat was quickly packed in wooden barrels filled with salt. Lots and lots of salt. This wasn't the light sprinkle we use on French fries today. We're talking about meat completely buried in salt crystals, drawing out moisture and creating an environment where bacteria simply couldn't survive. Pork was the preferred meat for salting. A single pig could provide up to 40 pounds of preserved meat, enough to supply protein for a small family for weeks during a siege. Beef was salted too, but used less frequently since cattle were more valuable alive for milk. Fish caught from castle moats or nearby rivers were also preserved this way, offering crucial variety to the diet. The smell inside a castle's meat storage room would have knocked you flat. Imagine opening your refrigerator after a 3-week vacation, but instead of running away screaming, medieval folks would say, dinner. Hard cheese served as the other siege superfood. Fresh cheese spoils quickly, but aged hard cheese could last for years. The longer it aged, the harder and more durable it became. Some medieval cheeses were so rock solid that soldiers would carry them as portable rations, scraping off bits with their knives whenever hunger struck. Talk about fast food that could also double as a weapon in emergencies. Records from Dover Castle show that during one 13th century siege preparation, they stored over 3,000 pounds of hard cheese. That's roughly the weight of a small car in dairy products. The cheese was typically made from cow, sheep, or goat milk, depending on what animals were available locally. Between bites of tough salted meat and teeth-challenging cheese, castle inhabitants probably spent half their siege time just chewing. No wonder medieval paintings rarely show people smiling. Their jaws were too tired from gnawing on what essentially amounted to edible leather and dairy rocks. While salted meat and hard cheese provided essential proteins for survival, medieval castle defenders knew that a balanced diet required more than just these preserved staples. When the cravings for something fresh became unbearable, they turned to other resources cleverly hidden within their stone fortifications. Kitchen gardens tucked away in courtyards and protected spaces were the secret weapon against scurvy and other deficiency diseases. These weren't sprawling farms. They were compact, efficient growing spaces that made every square foot count. The typical castle garden focused on hardy vegetables that could withstand harsh conditions and limited care. Onions and leeks topped the list of siege-worthy plants as they stored well and added crucial flavor to the bland diet of grain and salted meat. Garlic served double duty as both food and medicine, helping to fight infections when proper medical care wasn't available. Cabbage earned its place in castle gardens by surviving almost anything. Frost, drought, and neglect couldn't kill these tough leafy vegetables. Many castle gardens also included medicinal herbs. Mint helped settle upset stomachs that resulted from the less-than-ideal siege diet. Sage was believed to boost immunity, while thyme and rosemary could be used to preserve food or treat wounds. These herbs didn't take up much space, but made a world of difference for both health and morale. When enemies attacked, castle dwellers might have joked, "The army outside wants to kill us, but the garden inside keeps us alive." Medieval gardeners were surprisingly scientific in their approach, often using raised beds to extend the growing season. By elevating the soil, it warmed faster in spring and drained better during wet periods. Some castle gardens had south-facing stone walls that absorbed heat during the day and released it at night, a medieval greenhouse effect that protected tender plants from frost. Space constraints led to clever innovations. At Conwy Castle in Wales, gardeners grew plants in layers with climbing vines on walls, root vegetables below, and leafy greens in between. This three-dimensional approach maximized yields from minimal space. Research from ancient gardening manuals shows that a well-maintained medieval garden of just 20 square yards could produce enough vegetables to supplement 10 people's diets with crucial vitamins and minerals for months. Even the smallest castle with tiny courtyard spaces could grow enough fresh greens to ward off malnutrition. These gardens protected more than just physical health. After weeks of staring at enemy forces and eating dried foods, the sight of something green and growing was a feast for the eyes and soul. Though no garden could provide all the fresh food needed during long sieges, clever castle defenders had another preservation technique to stretch summer bounty throughout the year. Pickling stood as one of the medieval world's most brilliant food preservation techniques. When castle dwellers needed to make summer's harvest last through winter and beyond, they would grab their salt, vinegar, and spices and get to work preserving vegetables, fruits, and sometimes fish in special brine mixtures. The process was surprisingly straightforward. Vegetables were cleaned, sometimes blanched, and packed tightly into wooden barrels or ceramic crocks. A mixture of salt, water, vinegar, and spices was poured over them until they were completely submerged. The containers were then sealed with wax, cloth, or wooden lids to keep air out. Medieval pickles weren't just food, they were time travelers, bringing summer vegetables to winter dinner tables. And unlike modern refrigeration, pickles actually improved with age. Kind of like medieval jokes, but tastier. Cabbage fermented into sauerkraut, providing crucial vitamin C during winter months. Onions, carrots, turnips, and beets all found their way into pickling barrels, creating a colorful array of preserved vegetables that could last for months or even years. What made pickled foods so valuable during sieges? Their durability was legendary. Records from the siege of Kenilworth Castle in 1266 mention pickled cabbage still being consumed after nearly a year of being surrounded by enemy forces. At Dover Castle, an inventory from 1289 listed 78 barrels of various pickled vegetables, enough to provide vitamin C for hundreds of defenders for months. Security around these passages was tighter than a miser's purse. Only a handful of trusted individuals knew their exact locations. Many tunnels had multiple false turns, dead ends, and even booby traps to confuse enemy forces if the passages were discovered. Some castle tunnels featured narrow squeeze points where only one person could pass at a time, convenient spots for guards to stop any unwelcome visitors. Courageous merchants sometimes made small fortunes supplying besieged castles through these secret routes. Historical records mention payments of 10 times normal prices for basic goods delivered during sieges. The risk matched the reward, though. Getting caught by besieging forces usually meant a quick trip to the executioner. For defending forces, successfully sneaking supplies through tunnel networks felt like medieval cheating. "You're supposed to be starving in there," complained frustrated attackers, while defenders probably replied, "That's weird, we just had a lovely roast chicken dinner." When food shortages became severe, despite these secret supply lines, castle defenders had to rely on another surprising food resource. When siege warnings came, smart castle defenders rushed to bring livestock inside the walls. Chickens, pigs, goats, and sometimes even cows were herded into courtyards, cellars, and any available space. These animals aren't pets. They were walking, clucking, oinking food reserves that could provide fresh meat, milk, and eggs long after other supplies ran low. The inner bailey of a typical castle could quickly transform from a dignified courtyard into a noisy, smelly barnyard. Chickens might take over abandoned storerooms. Pigs could be kept in makeshift pens in the lower parts of the castle. Goats, being the escape artists they are, required especially secure enclosures, often in disused dungeons or cellars where they couldn't climb to freedom. Records from medieval sieges reveal impressive numbers of animals brought inside castle walls. During the 1224 siege of Bedford Castle, defenders had herded in over 50 pigs, 100 chickens, and a dozen milk cows before the attackers arrived. At Kenilworth Castle's famous siege of 1266, historical accounts mention barnyard sounds echoing off stone walls day and night as hundreds of animals shared the limited space with human defenders. Life with livestock inside castle walls came with serious downsides, mainly the overwhelming smell. Medieval nobles who normally enjoyed perfumed chambers suddenly found themselves living in what amounted to fancy stone barns. "The castle smells terrible," one lord reportedly complained during a siege, to which his steward replied, "Yes, but terrible smells are better than starvation." Practical challenges abounded. Feeding these animals during a siege required careful planning. Castle defenders often set aside dedicated grain reserves just for livestock. Chickens could survive on kitchen scraps, while pigs would eat practically anything. Goats and sheep could make do with hay stored in castle lofts, though they might also chew on tapestries if left unsupervised. Castle inhabitants developed clever systems to manage their indoor farms. Waste from animals was collected daily and either stored in dedicated pits or dried for use as fuel. Some castle designs included special drainage systems that could handle the increased waste. At Caernarfon Castle in Wales, archaeological evidence shows that defenders constructed temporary wooden platforms in the courtyard to keep animals elevated above their own waist. The close proximity to farm animals had unexpected benefits beyond just food. On particularly cold winter nights during sieges, some defenders would sleep near the larger animals to benefit from their body heat. Nothing says medieval comfort like using a cow as your personal space heater. When even animal feed ran low, desperate defenders would turn to unusual solutions. When castle defenders faced dwindling supplies, they redefined the very concept of food with each passing week. Nothing went to waste during desperate sieges. Stale bread that could crack teeth became treasured rations, first softened in whatever liquid was available, then transformed into a paste with herbs. Medieval cooking shows would have been very short. Today, we're making anything that doesn't run away from us. Bone broth became liquid gold during extended sieges. After the meat was gone, bones were crushed and boiled repeatedly until every last bit of nutrition was extracted. Some castles boiled the same bones up to 7 times, with each batch getting thinner. Is that soup or just dirty water? Both! And it's tonight's special. The longer a siege lasted, the more creative the castle cooks became. One medieval record mentions a castle chef who was awarded a silver coin for making 30 meals from one chicken. Talk about stretching ingredients. Castle kitchens developed bizarre siege recipes over time. Tree bark, particularly from elm and pine trees, could be ground into flour substitutes. The 1462 siege of Bamberg Castle saw defenders stripping interior wooden doors of their leather hinges to boil into soup. Tonight's special, door handle stew with a side of wall plaster crackers. Don't worry, the splinters are extra protein. Candle wax made from tallow animal fat could be melted down and used for cooking when oil ran out. Not exactly gourmet cuisine, but it added calories when they were desperately needed. Rats, usually the enemy of food stores, became food themselves when times got truly desperate. Medieval siege rats were essentially free-range organic meat, locally sourced, cage-free, and definitely not something you'd put on a restaurant menu. At least nobody complained about the castle's rat problem anymore. Children often earned extra food by becoming rat catchers, turning these pests into an important protein source. One castle record mentions paying a boy 2 extra bread pieces for catching 12 rats in a single day. Leather armor could be cut into strips, boiled until soft, and eaten. Old parchment documents were scraped clean and boiled into a protein-rich paste. This treaty tastes terrible. That's because it's a declaration of war. During the siege of Rochester Castle in 1215, defenders reportedly ate their shields. These shields used to protect us from arrows. Now they're protecting us from starvation. Talk about multitasking. Even shoes weren't safe. The leather could be boiled until soft enough to chew. Medieval castle defenders would have been horrified by modern food waste. Nothing edible, or even barely edible, escaped the cooking pot during a long siege. When even these desperate food sources began to run low, castle defenders had to implement increasingly strict rationing systems that would make modern dieters look like amateur food enthusiasts. Rationing became the ultimate survival strategy as sieges dragged on and food supplies dwindled. What began as 3 daily meals quickly shrank into 2, then often just 1 sad portion that barely filled a wooden bowl. Castle stewards developed detailed systems to track every morsel of food and ensure it lasted as long as humanly possible. The harsh reality of medieval siege rationing followed strict social rules. Lords and nobles ate first, receiving the largest portions and the best quality food available. Knights and men-at-arms came next, getting enough to maintain fighting strength. Servants, workers, and common folk received whatever remained. The good news is we're having meat today. The bad news is there's only enough for the Lord to smell it. These ration systems were tracked with remarkable precision. At Kenilworth Castle during its famous 15-month siege, records showed daily bread rations dropped from 16 ounces per person to just 4 ounces, barely enough to fill the palm of your hand. Castle cooks became masters of the medieval version of food stretching. A single salted fish might flavor soup for 20 people, with the actual fish served only to the Lord's table. Grains were ground extra fine and mixed with anything available to increase volume. Sawdust, ground acorns, even finely chopped straw in desperate times. How's the bread today? Crunchy. Either it's stale or there's actual wood in it. Maybe both. These impressive food strategies often determined who would claim victory when medieval warfare became a waiting game. No wonder castle builders paid as much attention to their pantries as they did to their walls. Both were equally crucial for survival.